Hey guys, tonight we drift back over rolling gray-green waves to a chill dawn on a jagged coastline, where the spray stings your cheeks and the low groan of your longship's timbers echoes in the mist. You grip the oar so hard your knuckles ache. Spoiler alert. You probably won't survive a week of these dawn raids, and yet here you are, in woolen tunic and leather jerkin, eyeing distant stone walls crowned by helmeted archers. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, why not drop your location and local time below? Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You lean forward, breath clouding in the pre-dawn air, as the prow of your clinker-built longship nudges the shore. It's the late 10th century, and the familiar thrill of a quick strike is dampened by the sight of newly erected ramparts, hewn stone towers topped with wooden palisades and sharpened stakes. Once, you'd have counted on the coast's soft underbelly thatched villages with no warning bells, easy pickings of livestock and treasure. Now, your crew jokes, if they can still manage breath after hauling the sails, that these walls look like they've been carved by giants. This isn't just your imagination running wild with sea spray. Across England and Francia, fortified burhs and castra sprout like mushrooms, after rain making each landing feel more like storming a citadel than slipping into a sleeping hamlet. By the reign of King Ethelred II, over 30 burhs dotted the Mercian and Wessex coasts. Complete with earthen ramparts and wooden palisades, nothing you could burn with a torch or batter down with a ram without drawing arrows, bolts, and the sharp crack of ballistae. That's a mainstream historical fact. These burhs were garrisoned year-round, undermining the element of surprise you once relied on. Historians still argue whether coastal fortifications alone deterred the raiders, or if it was the sudden appearance of trained militias that truly shifted the balance, but either way, your strike-and-scoot tactics are looking shaky. Your father's generation bragged about slipping past sleepy villages in a single tide cycle. You'd brag too if you weren't too busy blinking away sea spray and eyeing those towers. You try to recall the last time you landed unchallenged. Must have been before that new beacon network lit up the skyline, each torch fire visible from fjord mouth to river estuary. Now watchtowers relay smoke signals by day and fire by night, so a Viking fleet appearing on one beach summons defenders from miles around, faster than you can say one quirky tidbit in one infamous siege. Defenders catapulted rotten cow carcasses over the walls, a stench so god-awful that half your crew nearly retched themselves back into the sea. Talk about psychological warfare. Even better, newly minted local thanes brought crossbows and longbows, turning your sleek longship into a floating piñata. You probably didn't pack earplugs for all that twang, did you? Every arrow you duck only reminds you that raiding is starting to feel less like daring adventure and more like a tax on your health. The danger-to-reward ratio has flipped. Each fortified coastline you encounter demands more manpower and heavier gear, while royal decrees promise hanging, or worse, ransom demands, if you're captured. And then there's the Danegeld, that awkward protection money you're all too familiar with. Once clans back home sent you off chasing silver and slaves, now you're raising armies to demand silver from kings who'd rather pay tribute than watch their towns razed. You stand on deck, shield strapped to your back, wondering if you'd be better off selling furs or cheese back home, as profitable and far less likely to get you skewered. Historians still argue whether Danegeld prolonged the age of Viking raids by rewarding deterrence or simply bled both sides dry, but honestly you're more interested in keeping your head attached. On the continent, things aren't much rosier. Frankish lords repurposed abandoned Roman forts into permanent garrisons, with on-site blacksmiths sharpening spearheads 24/7. Each landing party you send ahead returns with stories of ditches filled with boiling oil and defenders so well supplied they might as well be hosting a barbecue. You almost miss the chaos of a quick hit-and-run. This slow slog against stone feels like chopping down an oak with a butter knife. Even your longship's lightning-fast design is less of an asset now. Opponents copied your hull construction, trading speed for sturdiness and outfitting their vessels with iron bracings that deflect your axes and hammers. Once you boasted about slipping into any inlet, now you're met with enemy ships ready to ram you or board under shield wall. You look over the rail and half expect a Frankish boarding party to pop out like party crashers. The air smells of salt and smoke, but also of change. Coastal settlements start to resemble permanent fortresses, their wooden palisades replaced by stone keeps. What was once an open invitation turns into a gamble with your life savings on the line. For every chest of silver you might seize, there's a chance you'll lose half your crew or your prized longship to a hidden ballista. And let's be honest, watching your best oarsman sail headfirst into a death trap isn't the soothing bedtime story you'd hoped for. Yet, somewhere beneath the worry, you catch yourself missing the rush. The crack of dawn, the spray, the promise of fresh loot. But with each failed raid, each bloody skirmish against better prepared foes, the spark of glory flickers. You trudge back to the fjord, heavy with disappointment and salted wool, wondering if the age of freebooting has finally crumbled under its own weight. By the end of your last expedition, you're not just down a few bucks, you're questioning every oath sworn to Odin, every song sung in your honor. The thrill is gone, replaced by the rattling of chains on gallows and the cold calculus of risk versus reward. In this late era of Viking raids, the sea no longer offers easy riches, only long odds and fortified walls. Your longship drifts in harbor, its sails slack, as you wonder if you can ever live down the shame of one more failed landing. You step off your longship onto damp grass outside a newly built wooden church, the air thick with a tang of fish oil lamps, and the sweet curl of incense drifting from within. Candles gutter and drip, their wax pooling on carved benches where solemn figures in draped robes murmur in Latin. You only half understand. It's the late 10th century, and Christian missionaries have finally paddled up these rivers to your own village, urging you to trade Thor's hammer for a crucifix. You probably forgot to pack an extra tunic for this baptismal dunk, but at least you won't get salmon smoked for resisting. Back in 826, Saint Ansgar first paddled into Burka, determined to convert your forebears, planting a tiny chapel only to watch it abandoned when his flock drifted back to pagan rites. Historians still argue whether those early missions ever took root, or were just brief curiosities held together by donated mead. Now nearly 2 centuries later, kings like Olaf Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson enforce royal decrees, accept baptism, or face exile, or worse, a tithe so heavy it feels like a tribute to Loki himself. You watch your neighbor Helgi, who once swore oaths to Odin, under a blood-red sunset, kneel in trembling reverence before the bishop, his beard dripping with holy water. Inside the stave church, the pungent scent of pine wood mingles with the musk of unwashed travelers and the sharp sweetness of newly baked barley bread offered as charity. You crouch by a rough-hewn pillar, noting carved runes half scrubbed away to make room for painted saints. By 995, Olaf Tryggvason had forced mass baptisms across Norway and Iceland, sending squads of priests deeper into the hinterlands than any raiding party ever reached. Historians still argue whether these baptisms reflected true faith or merely bowed to royal pressure. A fringe tidbit drifts through your mind. Some of your kin secretly recited old Edda poems in hushed tones during midnight baptisms, convinced that water sprinkled by the clergy carried lingering spells of frozen winters. You've even heard one stubborn chieftain baptized his entire herd of goats, just so they'd qualify for church protection against rustlers. Imagine goats wearing tiny crosses, standing in line for communion. You slide forward as the priest drapes a coarse linen cloth across Helgi's shoulders. The bishop intones words that echo like distant thunder, and you feel the chill of creek water as Helgi's head is submerged. He emerges coughing, blinking against the flickering torchlight. A marked man, now bound by Christian law. From this moment on, he'll owe tithes on every catch of herring and every sack of grain. No more free raids to offset the taxman's ledger. Outside, the wind whips through half-built palisades, carrying rumors of royal envoys, drafting new decrees, outlaw sacrifice feasts, burn runestones that offend the new faith. You remember the old communal blot, where the whole village feasted and sang to Freyja under blood-orange skies. Now you'll recite psalms in damp halls with cross-shaped stains on the floorboards. By a carved wooden pillar, children clutch simple bone crosses, their eyes wide with wonder. Or is it fear? Perhaps they sense how your world is shifting. Gods once invoked for bountiful harvests now resonate only in hidden whispers. You might miss the thunderous cry of ravens at dawn, but you'll lose sleep at night wondering if the old deities still linger behind those painted icons. You probably won't survive the spiritual upheaval without a headache, but at least it's quieter than a drunken feast under Yggdrasil's branches. Still, the hush in here has weight. One scholar suggests it crushes old communal bonds. Historians still argue whether the church supplanted the thing assemblies by offering spiritual community or simply imposed a new hierarchy. On the outskirts, you spot your longhouse roof now sporting a crude cross carved above the door. Your spouse waves a wooden chalice of mead to celebrate the new era, but you feel the knife edge of loss where once you toasted to Loki's mischief, now you bow to an unseen Christ. European kings, keen to consolidate power, eagerly adopted Christianity between the 10th and 11th centuries, using the church's structure to legitimize rule and tax collection. Those same kings now expect you, yes you, to pay tithes and vows or risk being branded an outlaw. A stray breeze flutters the bishop's robes, carrying the smell of sheep's wool and pine tar. You recall whispered warnings that as soon as your community built its first church, spiritual taxes would follow, tithes of grain, livestock, even a share of your meager catch. Historians still argue whether church taxes devastated rural Viking economies or merely formalized older offerings to local chieftains. Either way, you're already dipping into your stores to satisfy the new Lord of Heaven. Yet there's a peculiar humor in it all. One elderly farmer confessed he'd traded his Thor's hammer amulet for a small silver cross, only to sew it back onto his belt each night, invoking both gods at once. You grin at the image of cosmic paperwork in Valhalla and Heaven's gates debating which one owes you an afterlife. You shift on rough-hewn benches, your back stiff from kneeling too long. The low chant of the congregation feels strangely hypnotic, like the lullaby your mother whisper sang by the hearth, soft, repetitive, and nearly soporific. You'd trade it for a good skaldic verse any day, but skalds are losing favor to clergy, preaching in unadorned prose. Candlelight casts crooked shadows on rough walls, as if the old gods linger in the gloom. A fringe rumor says some pagan practitioners met secretly in caves beyond the fjord's bend, chanting runes to summon Nard for calm seas. Whether those rites did more than make the priests roll their eyes, no one can say. Historians still argue whether covert pagan rituals persisted long after official conversion or died out under pressure. As you rise, your knees protest in a voice older than any saga. You swear you hear them creak like an oak's branches. The bishop hands you a small loaf of blessed bread and a token cross, urging you to spread the faith among your kin. You tuck the cross beneath your tunic, uncertain if it'll bring blessings or just mark you for resentful pagan neighbors. Outside, Gal cries mingle with the distant thud of hammers on ship ribs. You squint toward the fading church silhouette, stone foundations in progress, each rock laid by laborers taxed by the church itself. You're living through the forging of a new religious order, and you can't help but feel on the wrong side of history's hammer. You trudge back to your longhouse, the cross heavy in your pocket, and your heart heavier still. You'll remember that cold dip in the font, the smell of fish oil and pine, the hush that fell when Helgi was reborn in Christ's name. You might even preach to your neighbors tomorrow, after a stiff swig of mead, of course, but deep down you worry the old spirits are truly fading. And if they vanish entirely, what will fill that echoing silence? You trudge along a muddy road toward the rising silhouette of a stone keep, the air alive with the clang of smiths hammering horseshoes and the sharp tang of burning pitch. Smoke from peat fires curls around timbered workshops, mingling with the scent of roasting venison that drifts from the hall's open doors. It's the early 11th century now, and kings once content to collect tribute by coastal raids have evolved into architects of vast kingdoms, laws carved in stone rather than spoken beneath open skies. You grip your cloak tighter against the chill, wondering when your oath to a local chieftain became a footnote in someone else's charter. You push past guards in chainmail, new recruits sworn directly to the crown, and step into the great hall. Tapestries depicting lion-hearted monarchs and banners bearing royal insignia line the walls. A long wooden table groans under the weight of platters, glistening trout, bowls of stewed lentils and rounds of hard cheese, imported from Schleswig. A mainstream historical fact, by 1016, King Kunt the Great had united England, Denmark, and Norway under a single crown, establishing a precedent for centralized rule that sidelined many independent Viking leaders. Historians still argue whether this consolidation saved these kingdoms from further anarchy, or simply replaced one set of warlords with another. You take a tentative bite of venison, noticing the subtle sweetness of juniper berries crushed into the gravy. Around you, earls and jarls, once freebooting warlords, bow low as the king passes, his cloak threaded with ermine. Their voices rumble with softened accents, trading war stories for ledger entries and tax receipts. You remember the thrill of rallying a dozen longships to sack a monastery at dawn, swords glinting in the sun. Now you watch men whose only conquest is the collection of rents and fines, ticket masters of their own dwindling domains. A fringed tidbit surfaces from the lips of a wide-eyed court minstrel. Apparently one crafty chieftain once smuggled a miniature warband, disguised as jesters, into a rival's feast hall, complete with drum-toting fools, whose drums concealed throwing axes. They nearly overran the feast until the rival king's golden retriever, armored in tiny mail, cornered the last jester warrior, and gave him a fearsome nip on the heel. The minstrel swears it's true, though skeptics note that canine archaeology rarely leaves bones behind for proof. You shift on a bench, carved from single oak, a gift from a grateful earl turned provincial governor. Your oarsmen, once loyal only to you, now serve lords who pay them in coin, stamped with the king's likeness. No longer do you recruit with promises of silver plunder and foreign spoils. You compete against royal coffers, offering salaries and land grants. The element of risk that once defined your status has been replaced by the dull certainty of servitude. Outside the hall, the clang of a newly forged seal echoes through a chamber where clerks scrape quills across parchment. Charters delineate every acre of farmland, codifying rights that once fell under the communal thing assembly. You recall shouting grievances in that smoky mound, your voice carrying through drumming rain. Now any dispute requires a royal writ and 3 paid scribes to witness your oath. Some nights you dream of the thing's open air, the roar of free speech, now replaced by hushed corridors and sealed doors. The hall door swings open, and a herald in silken trousers proclaims a new edict. All warbands must register with the king's peace, pay a levy, and swear fealty under penalty of outlawry. A murmur ripples through the audience. Salty veterans with arms scarred by granite walls and tempest seas. They glance at you, wondering if this skald-turned mercenary will sign the parchment or turn back toward the fjord's freedom. You bite back a sardonic smile. Freedom, you remind yourself, became a bureaucratic myth. Your warband sets, Longship sits in dock, now requisitioned for royal patrols against piracy. The same vessel that once bore you to hidden coves now enforces customs duties along the Thames, chasing fellow Norsemen who refuse to pay tolls. It feels like you're captaining your own chains. A sudden clatter draws your gaze. A troop of royal hounds snarls past, led by a huntsman heralded as the king's favorite. The dogs are massive, tongues lolling, collars jingling with tiny bells, an ostentatious parade rather than the functional wolf hunters of old. One slobbers against your boot, and you half expect it to demand your papers and growls. That's modernity for you. A court that needs canine customs officers. You rise from the bench and step outside into a courtyard ringed by stables and workshops. Blacksmiths' forges belch sparks, and you catch the acrid scent of heated iron. Shields stamp with royal crests, wait in neat stacks like grim trophies. You remember the clang of your own hand-forged shield, the satisfying ring when it met an enemy blade. Now even your weapons must bear the king's mark. Refusal equals treason. A country scribe approaches, quill in hand, and bows deeply. His eyes flick to your tunic's frayed edges, and the cross-stitched amulet you wear for luck. He addresses you in polite Latin, reciting the obligations of vassalage, military service, counsel in the king's court, and a portion of your plunder, even if you plunder on his behalf. You wonder if your ancestors ever imagined Viking valor distilled into legal jargon. At twilight, you find yourself beside the moat, water glinting like mercury under a blood-orange sky. Torches flicker along the battlements, casting warlike shadows across a field where peasants gather for a market they pay taxes to hold. You survey the scene, grain carts, potters, selling wares stamped with royal insignia, even a troop of children juggling wooden rings for the amusement of passing courtiers. Commerce thrives under the king's law, but you sense it thrives at the expense of that raw Viking freedom you once knew. A thin drizzle begins, blurring torchlight into soft halos. You step under an archway and press your palm against cool stone, tracing the carved motto of the realm, Pax et Lex, peace and law. You recall nights when peace meant empty harbors, and the soft lapping of water, not the hushed order of a sealed keep. Now you chase souvenirs of an age that slipped through your fingers like sand on a beach. Before you depart, the steward presses a small leather pouch into your hand, your first royal stipend. It contains stamped coins rather than foreign silver, and you run them through your fingers, noting the king's portrait dimpled by minting. They jingle in your palm like a mocking echo of distant riches, reminding you that the world you knew has been catalogued and controlled. You turn back toward the longhouse waiting across the fjord, its roof blackened by peat smoke. Home still beckons, but the chieftain you once were no longer commands the respect you earned with blood and sail. You'll return with stamped coin instead of loot, bound by charter instead of oath, a jarl in name, a serf in spirit. Historians still argue whether centralized monarchies preserved stability at the cost of personal freedom, or simply replaced chaotic violence with bureaucratic oppression. You, however, can only feel the weight of that royal charter in your hand, heavier than any shield. The moat's water ripples under flickering torches as you trudge away, the echoes of courtly laughter fading behind you. Your longship awaits, but its sails will no longer carry you to unguarded shores. Instead, it serves a crown that measures every voyage, every levy, every breath you draw beneath its banner. You trudge across a field stubbled with last year's barley stalks, the soil hard beneath your boots as though frozen by an unseen hand. A thin mist clings to the ground, weaving among the skeletal rows like restless spirits. It's early 11th century Scandinavia, and the world has grown colder. You press your arms tight around your shoulders, feeling the chill seep through your cloak. Frost now arrives in late August, brushing the ripening grain before it can fatten, and every frost-kissed ear means another winter's worth of hunger. Your breath puffs white in the dawn air as you kneel beside a furrow, running your fingers along cracked earth where seeds should sprout. Once, you'd have trusted the sun to coax green shoots by mid-April. Now the thaw lingers until early May, leaving you scrambling to sow before rains turn fields to bog. Mainstream historical fact: tree ring data show a notable decrease in growth between 1000 and 1100 CE, indicating shorter growing seasons across much of northern Europe. Historians still argue whether this cooling resulted from a cluster of volcanic eruptions or from shifts in solar activity, and whether its impact was global or confined to the North Atlantic. You rise. The familiar stiffness in your knees a reminder that your body isn't made for endless trudging through frosty muck. Above you, gulls wheel against a slate-gray sky, hunting fish in a fjord that's already edged in ice. You tuck a strand of hair behind your ear and trudge toward the longhouse, where smoke curls from a low chimney and the smell of sour porridge drifts on the breeze. Inside, your spouse stokes a peat fire, setting a pot of runny gruel atop blackened stones. The moment you step in, you catch a whiff of burnt grains. Today's barley was scorched in the kiln, thanks to damp weather hours before harvest. A blessing of porridge, if you can call it that, you mutter, seating yourself on a bench scarred by generations of elbows. A fringed tidbit flits through your memory. Some elders claim that when the ice pressed too close, villagers offered winter blessings to a giant they called Herimir, leaving bowls of soured whey at crossroads to appease him. They swore that the giant's anger turned mild when he could sip slowly from chilled bowls, though critics note giant appeasement rarely solves real famines. You dip your wooden bowl into the porridge, wincing as the partly frozen lumpy mix brushes your lips. Hunger claws at you, each meal smaller than the last, while you wonder how you'll feed your family through a winter that seems determined to outlast any store of dried fish or salted meat. Mainstream historical fact: settlement remains in Greenland show that by the mid-11th century, Norse colonists experienced repeated crop failures and had to rely increasingly on trade ships for supplies. Historians still argue whether those colonists could have survived by shifting entirely to seal hunting, or if their struggle was doomed by isolation. You lean back. the bench creaking beneath your weight, and stare at the rough-hewn beams of your longhouse. You remember festivals under midsummer suns, where barley wine flowed free and laughter chased away all cares. Now, your midsummer feast consists of half a loaf of dark rye and a slug of weak ale, brewed from tiny kernels that yielded barely a thimbleful per batch. You think of the last harvest feast, when your children learn to taste the sweetness of fresh bread, an experience you fear they may never know again. Outside, the wind gnaws at the eaves, rattling wooden shingles like distant bones. You rise and step back into the mist, boots crunching on frost-hardened earth. The fields stretch in melancholy rows, each plant forced to compete for dwindling sunlight. You spot your neighbor Sigurd, hunched over a patch of sickly oats. He waves half-heartedly, his fingers stained yellow from handling the grain. "How goes your harvest?" you ask, voice low against the wind. He shrugs, brow furrowed. Late spring killed the barley. Frost in August ruined the oats. I'll feed my goats first. My children may go hungry. You nod grim-faced. The goats are essential. Their milk and cheese keep you alive when fields fail. Mainstream historical fact. Animal husbandry often proved a more reliable lifeline than crops during cooler periods, prompting shifts in Scandinavian diets toward more dairy and preserved meat. Historians still argue whether pastoral adaptation saved rural communities or merely delayed inevitable hardship. You offer Sigurd a half loaf of rye, your own share, reduced to accommodate his larger family. He accepts it with a nod, tucking the bread into his tunic as though frisking for a hidden blessing. You both stand in silence, surveying the land you once tamed with iron plowshares and hearty shouts. Now it feels as if the earth has pulled back, refusing to yield its bounty. Behind you, a low rumble of thunder surprises you, strange in midsummer. You turn to see dark clouds gathering, the promise of another autumn storm. Rain will soak the fields, but too much will rot, buried seeds before they sprout. Too little will parch the soil into brick. You recall the old praying rituals conducted by the skalds, chants to Freyr to grant fertile fields. Those rituals now feel like relics of a gentler climate. You trudge back to your longhouse once more, carrying water from the well for tomorrow's porridge. 5 buckets, each dotted with flakes of ice. You pour the water into a clay jug, watching it swirl into the darkness, then add handfuls of meager barley. The pot begins to hiss against the fire as the frost in the grains fights to steam away. Steam rises, curling in lazy tendrils that scent the dim interior with damp grain. Leaning against the smoky hearth, you think of distant lands you once raided, fertile fields of Francia, rivers swollen with spring melt, meadows ripe for harvest. Now those lands too brace for colder seasons, and the riches you bargained for seem as scarce as summer roses after the first frost. A fringe rumor drifts through the longhouse. Some say that merchants near the Mediterranean have begun complaining of unseasonal chills. Perhaps the same darkness is spreading south. But skeptics scoff that Mediterranean traders always cry foul when winter bites their citrus. In the flickering firelight, you trace the outlines of runic charms carved into your helmet's rim, charms meant to ward off winter's bite. You touch them gently, as though the grooves still vibrate with ancient power. You wonder if the old magic can stand against this creeping cold, or if it's as brittle as the thinned wheat stalks outside. Night deepens. You clutch a mug of weak ale, boiled with herbs to stretch its flavor, and press it to your lips. The warmth spreads through your chest, but it doesn't chase the cold from your bones. You glance toward the loft where your children sleep on reindeer pelts, huddled beneath blankets thick with moss. You pray silently to both Thor and Christ that they wake to another dawn. A low chant drifts through your mind, an old harvest hymn you learned as a child, promising plenty if you honored the land. You hum it softly, voice rough but steady, and feel the words echo in your bones. Hunger roars in your stomach, but the lullaby soothes you just a bit. You rise and step outside again, the night air stabbing at your lungs with each breath. The stars above are pale, as if dusted with frost. You look eastward, toward the rising moon, and imagine its light warming the fields. You plant a kiss on the sky, a solitary act of faith. Tomorrow you'll check the roots of your root vegetables, hoping the earth held on to enough warmth. You'll bargain for a sack of grain from traders who favor wool bales over sacks of barley. You'll offer more furs, more crafted goods, anything to stave off another season of lean times. All because the world turned colder, and you find yourself battling the frost rather than foreign armies. Historians still argue whether medieval societies could have mitigated such cooling by diversifying crops, or if their rigid agricultural systems doomed them to cycles of famine. You, however, count frostbitten fingers and ration your ale, tracing the line between survival and surrender each day. You trudge back toward the longhouse one final time, soles softening on the frost-lined path. Within, the hearth glows like a small sun in the darkened hall. You place your rain-soaked cloak to dry by the embers and settle onto the bench, shoulders heavy but spirit unbroken. Outside, the night wind howls, an unwelcome lullaby carried across stubborn fields. You close your eyes, humming that old hymn, and let the warmth of the fire cradle you through another cold night. You haul yourself aboard your longship as dawn bleeds pale gold across the fjord, the smell of pine tar clinging to your cloak. Below deck, sacks of furs and beeswax thump softly against the timbers, weighted with a promise of coin rather than the clang of stolen silver. It's the early 11th century, and you've begun to trade more than plunder. Each knot you sail carries you closer to bustling marketplaces, where merchants haggle over amber beads and exotic spices rather than steel and skulls. Once, you measured your worth by the heap of stolen treasure piled on your deck. Now, you count the clink of minted coins from distant realms. You stand at the rail, pressing your palm against the slick wood, and watch gulls wheel above distant masts, flying cloth dyed richer than your own tunic. You taste salt on your lips, but beneath it is a new sweetness. Mint-flavored coin from the mints of Rouen and Hamburg, each stamped with an emblem as foreign to you as the markets you now frequent. By 1100, Scandinavian merchants regularly traded furs, walrus ivory, honey, and wax in ports from Novgorod to Cordoba, forging networks that spanned rivers and deserts alike. These trade routes grew so vital that coastal raids became less attractive than establishing partnerships with distant courts. Historians still argue whether the lure of long-distance trade networks or the self-regulating nature of communal markets more effectively curbed. You recall the first time you offloaded a bale of gray wolf pelts at a Hanseatic fair. The harbor thrummed with activity, flat-bottomed barges laden with salt, barrels of herring, and bolts of cloth in vibrant hues. The air tasted of vinegar and black pepper, mingling with the tang of smoked fish drying on slats. You felt a thrill watching merchants weigh your furs on brass scales, fingers brushing the soft underfur as if petting a living beast. The verdict: 7 silver pennies per pelt, a fair price, and no shield shattered in the bargain. A fringed tidbit drifts through your memory. One merchant in Lübeck supposedly hid jars of pickled herring inside hollowed-out barrels of wine, convincing wine merchants to pay triple for preserved vintage. When the deception was uncovered, a pictorial satire was carved on the town's council door, showing a stinky fish wearing a crown. Some say the carving still leers at visitors on market days. You step into a timber-framed warehouse, its walls lined with hooks, bearing cured cod and sacks of rye. The keeper dips a ladle into a barrel of spiced mead, offering you a foaming cup. You sip the sweet, heady brew, feeling warmth flood your chest, no more stiff saltwater grog to ward off scurvy. Around you, traders mill about calculating how many casks of oil from your homeland will trade for North African glass beads. You run your fingers along a polished bead the color of green flame, and imagine the hands that shaped it. By forging alliances with merchants and princes, you've traded downward risk for steady profit. Your crew no longer eyes coastal hamlets with hungry anticipation, but studies grain price fluctuations in market bulletins brought overland by merchants on muleback. You pore over crude handwritten ledgers, squinting at numbers and unfamiliar scripts, trying to divine trends where wheat is cheapest, where hides fetch the highest coin. On deck, the rigging creaks in the breeze, and you listen to the ropes sigh as they shift across wooden pins. You think of the days when you woke each morning sharpening blades for raids. Now you wake weighing invoices and calibrating exchange rates. The clang of swords is replaced by the tap of quill on parchment, and though the work feels less glorious, it promises longevity you once doubted existed. Outside the warehouse, a peal of church bells rings across the cobblestones, beckoning townsfolk to prayer and prompting merchants to pause their haggling. You breathe in the aroma of burning tallow and horse dung, the everyday symphony of a trading town. You count out a pouch of coins for the warehouse keeper, 3 shillings for storage fees, 1 for the town guard's levy, and a tip of a halfpenny to the kettlewoman who kept your mead frothing. Your crew lounges in the shade of a granary, their armor replaced by simple tunics and leather caps. They compare trade routes like your grandfather once compared sea currents. Which river leads to the Abbasid markets? Which caravan path cuts through the Volga trade posts? They speak of innovations too, portable scales that fold flat, leather pouches printed with markings to guard against counterfeiters, and Arab coins whose exquisite calligraphy is prized more than their metal. Back on deck, you glance at the horizon dotted with merchant vessels flying unfamiliar banners, some red with crescent moons, others blue with golden eagles. You nod at their captains in greeting, sharing a silent pact of peaceful commerce. No more leaping into their holds with axe and shield raised. In their place, you exchange gifts of furs and preserved fish in return for silk threads and sweet dates. A sudden rain squall sweeps in, drumming on the canvas sails. You taste the fresh tang of rain on leather, and the world seems anew, washed clean of the rumble of war. Your crew scrambles to reef the sails, moving in practiced silence. Below, crates of amber tremble on the deck, their golden facets flickering through rope netting. You think of how once you'd have broken them open, prizing the raw resin's value. Now you trade them whole, letting merchants carve beads and amulets that fetch twice the price. As twilight falls, you light lanterns in the rigging, the warm glow casting dancing shadows on the water. You lean on the rail and watch reflections ripple beneath you, lantern facades, hull lines of trading ships, the silhouettes of spires in the distance. You feel the gentle sway beneath your feet, a lullaby of commerce rather than conquest. You recall a rumor that a wealthy emir once offered a Viking merchant the keys to a desert fortress in exchange for amber and ice to chill wine in Baghdad. Some swear it's true. Others scoff that any fortress in the desert would melt ice shipped across seas. Historians still argue whether ice reached Mediterranean courts in significant quantities, or if such stories are mere exaggerations. By night's end, you've mapped out your next voyage, downriver to the Black Sea, where you'll trade for precious silk and grain, then across the Aegean to Venetian docks for salt and metalwork. Each leg promises coin more reliably than a dawn raid ever could. You pace the deck, the lantern light warm on your face, and realize that the risks you now take, storms at sea, pirates on the Mediterranean, feel more bearable than armed defenders behind stone walls. You step into your cabin, run your fingers over ledgers bound in tanned hide, and close the clasp with quiet satisfaction. The wooden frame beneath your elbow is no longer stained with the blood of raided villagers, but marked by ink and sweat. You unroll a small chart showing markets and exchange rates, plotting the journey ahead. It's less romantic than pillaging, but it sustains your people and builds ties stronger than any shield wall. Outside, the ship's timbers groan in the night breeze. As if pleased by this transformation, you slip into your hammock, the swaying motion rocking you gently, and feel a sense of calm that plunder never brought. Below deck, sacks of furs and jars of honey sleep in their crates, awaiting their destinations. The hush is almost eerie. No clank of armor, no cries of victory, just the soft creak of wood and the distant roll of waves. You slip your fingers beneath your tunic and touch the small silver coin stamped with the mark of Novgorod. It's cool and smooth, a promise of tomorrow's prosperity. You wonder if your forebears would recognize this new path, trading bark-bound ledgers for broken idols. You trace the ancient rune carved into your pendant, a token of your past life, then smile at the duality. Merchant warrior, sailor scribe, freed by coin rather than bound by bloodlust. Historians still argue whether the shift to trade networks fully ended Viking-era raiding, or if plunder and commerce simply coexisted into the 12th century. You, however, know that each coin you earn buys your family warmth through winter and builds barns to store grain for years of lean fields. You close your eyes as the ship rocks gently, the lanterns swinging like sleepy fireflies. The hum of water against the hull is a lullaby, more soothing than any saga, promising that tomorrow you'll set sail, not for plunder, but for prosperity. You stand in the courtyard of a once roaring longhouse, sunlight dappling through shields hung to dry, but the clatter of weapons is conspicuously absent. Instead of the clang of iron on iron, you hear the low murmur of carpenters smoothing planks for new barns, and the soft bleat of sheep tethered for shearing. It's the mid-11th century, and Viking youth no longer jockey to join raiding warbands as their fathers did. You swap tales not of epic sea voyages but of land allotments, marriage alliances, and the glimmer of a plowed field promising steadier returns than a dawn raid ever could. You brush your hand along the haft of a discarded spear, leaning against a haystack, its metal head dulled by neglect. Once this would have been your prized weapon, passed down from your grandfather, whose war cry still echoed in the fjords. Now, children clamor for wooden plow handles instead, pretending to seed and reap while their older siblings learn to repair wagons. Mainstream historical fact: by 1100, settlement records across Scandinavia show an uptick in land farming transactions and a marked decline in documented raid expeditions compared to the previous century. Historians still argue whether this shift was driven by state policies rewarding agricultural settlement or by cumulative war fatigue among younger generations. You wander toward the smithy, expecting to find the rhythmic hammering of swords in progress, only to see your former war partner, Rolf, shaping iron horseshoes instead. He offers you a casual nod, his apron streaked with soot rather than blood. You recall the day he shattered his shield in a skirmish on the Frisian coast, laughing off the wound until he returned home and found himself unable to lift a sword arm for weeks. That limp in his gait sealed his fate. Horsebreaker and farrier, not raider. His apprentices listen intently as he demonstrates the curved fit of a shoe beneath a mare's hoof. A fringed tidbit surfaces from the chatter of black tar paper tendrils of smoke. Some villages organize mock duels with fletched arrows, dipped in harmless resin, an evolution of martial tradition turned community game. It's said that in one afternoon, over 50 youths competed to stick arrows into a revolving wooden wheel, cheering each successful shot like a tournament crowd. Critics call it swordplay for pacifists, but it has all the bravado without the broken bones. You duck into the longhouse where elders debate the merits of teaching skaldic verse versus arithmetic. At a low table, you spy your cousin Ingrid tracing runes in a ledger, coins paid for wheat seed labor, owed to the local chieftain, taxes rendered in butter. You remember when Ingrid used to recite battle poems with fire in her eyes. Now she calmly calculates her family's expenditures by candlelight, a mainstream historical fact. Church records from rural parishes document increasing numbers of youth taking clerical orders or monastery apprenticeships, reflecting a cultural turn toward settled professions. Historians still argue whether the church actively lured Viking youth away from warfare or simply capitalized on an existing appetite for new skills. You drift back outside, where the scent of freshly turned earth mingles with the sweet perfume of blooming heather. In past years, these fields would have been left fallow to keep raiding crews, lean and agile. Now volunteers, once eager for glory, line up to sow barley in neat rows. You kneel beside them, pressing seed into the furrow with your fingers, feeling the grain's weight promise future bread rather than immediate plunder. Across the yard, a group of young men gather around a gleaming longship hull under reconstruction. But instead of sharpening axes, they debate the merits of cargo hold dimensions, how many barrels of herring it can safely carry versus how many warriors it once held. They speak of expanding trade routes through the Baltic rather than storming monastic walls at dawn. You chuckle at their earnestness. Your old warband would have scoffed at market margins, but these lads see profit and safety in stable commerce. A fringe anecdote floats through your mind. One ambitious youth tried to convert his old helmet into a grain measure, welding the crest to a wooden handle, until everyone realized that measuring barley by war steel yielded wildly inaccurate yields. The sight of half a bushel spilling across the floor was at least as entertaining as any raid gone awry. You stroll down a narrow lane lined with timber-framed homes, each sporting a small orchard or vegetable patch. The children scuttle between rows of kale and onions, gathering weeds and gossip. You remember your own childhood, where your father taught you to spot the best landing beaches rather than to plant turnips. Now you stop to inspect a cabbage head, moist with dew, grateful for its promise of winter stew. Inside a neighbor's hut, you find a workshop where the crackle of a loom replaces the clash of shield walls. Women weave tapestries depicting local sagas, but the sagas now focus on farming harvests and peace treaties rather than heroic slaughters. You run your fingers along a textile, showing a harvest festival beneath a rainbow, the figures dancing with sickles raised in celebration. A mainstream historical fact. Surviving textile fragments from the period increasingly feature agricultural motifs. A shift from martial symbolism to pastoral life. Historians still argue whether this artistic change reflects broader societal values or simply follows ecclesiastical taste. You pause by a shallow pond where the village youth once raced longships across mirror-still waters. Today, they launch small wooden boats, fitted with fishing net rigs, pulling in minnows for bait, rather than dragging plundered cargo ashore. You kneel and watch a boy haul in a glistening cod, the fish's scales flashing like silver coins. He grins at you, eyes bright, not with the promise of conquest, but with the simple delight of breakfast secured. A true oddity emerges from rumor. One retired raider, bored of farming, built a tabletop gaming board carved with miniature longships and peasants, using pebbles for ships and lentils for villagers. Players would maneuver fleets to protect settlements or ambush rival clans, a peaceful recreation of warfare's tactics. Some claim the gameplay refined strategic minds, but historians still argue whether these games eased post-raid tensions or simply romanticized past violence. At dusk, you make your way to the communal hall where settlers convene for an evening moot. Gone are the heated war councils. Instead, discussions center on crop rotations, saltpeter procurement for fertilizer, and schedules for communal barn raising. You take your seat on a rough bench, the aged jarl at the head urging cooperation over conquest. He presents a ledger showing last season's yields and proposals for next year's feasts. You note the comfort of predictable harvest dates outweighs the adrenaline of surprise attacks. Outside, the wind shifts, carrying the first chill of autumn. You step onto the threshold and feel the lingering warmth of hearth smoke, a stark contrast to the biting sea breezes that once defined your life. You realize you haven't hefted a battle axe in months, but your fingers ache instead from splitting firewood and kneading dough. A mainstream historical fact by the late 11th century, Scandinavian law codes increasingly formalized inheritance and land tenure, incentivizing heirs to invest in property rather than in martial exploits. Historians still argue whether these legal reforms cemented social stability or simply redirected violent energies into feuding over land titles. You wander toward your own modest homestead, passing the remains of a broken longship buried halfway in mud, a relic from your youth's last disastrous raid. Moss claims its hull, and rushes sprout along its gunwale. You rest your hand on the rotting timber, whispering thanks that you've traded desperate sea ventures for the steadier toil of tilling earth. Inside, your spouse kneads dough by candlelight, her hands dusted with flour. She greets you with a soft smile and ladles broth into bowls, the aroma of onion and thyme filling the air. You settle onto the bench, dipping thin strips of bread into the savory liquid. The warmth soothes your bones more effectively than any mead-smeared revelry ever did. You sip the broth slowly, savoring the quiet, no distant horns signaling a raid, no hammering on shields, just the soft scratching of spoons and the crackle of candle wicks. A fringe reflection crosses your mind. Some old sagas predict Ragnarok, when swords rust and shields crumble, but here shield walls have yielded fruit walls, and rust seems preferable to blood. You lean back, closing your eyes against the flickering lamplight. You hear children's laughter drifting from the next room, a lullaby of innocence far removed from war chants. You trace a finger along your war axe's haft, now repurposed as a doorstop, and feel the peace of transformation. Historians still argue whether Viking culture evolved peacefully through adaptation, or whether it required the blunt force of external pressures, climate, kingdoms, and faith to abandon its martial roots. You, however, wake each morning to the rhythm of seasons, sowing, tending, reaping. The only battle you wage now is against weeds and winter's chill, and you welcome the change. You stand, stretching muscles once honed for rowing and wielding, now tempered for labor and harvest. You step outside into the crisp night air, stars overhead, sharper than any sword's edge. You breathe deeply, the scent of soil and smoke comforting. Your path lies not on distant shores, but in the land beneath your boots, and you choose it again without hesitation. You step onto the cobblestones of a Norman market square, the morning mist dissolving around slate-roofed houses and half-timbered stalls. The air smells of fresh-baked bread, cured hams hung in wooden rafters, and the faint sweetness of apple cider. You tug your cloak tighter, its fur lining still snug from colder fjord winds. But here, in the land once promised to your forebears, you're learning to trade your heavy wool for lighter linen, and your warrior's gait for a cautious walk among civilians. It's the early 11th century, and what was once a Norse raiding ground has become home. You think back to the day Duke Rollo granted land along the Seine in exchange for loyalty and a surprisingly cheerful oath, written in Old Norse and Latin, signed with a rune-carved seal, rather than a scribe's quill. Now, you watch Norman peasants tend their fields in long rows, wearing wooden clogs rather than hobnailed boots, sowing rye instead of barley. Mainstream historical fact: by 911, the Treaty of St. Clair-sur-Epte had established the Duchy of Normandy, where Norse settlers adopted Frankish customs and language over successive generations. Historians still argue whether this assimilation diluted Viking culture entirely or forged a distinct Norman identity that would later conquer England. You weave through the market stalls, greeting merchants in guttural French that still slips into Norse accent. A vendor offers you a sample of Normandy cheese, soft, creamy, and pungent enough to knock a berserker off his feet. You bite into a wedge of camembert-like curd, its tang warming your senses more effectively than any mead. Around you, locals haggle over woolen cloaks dyed in brilliant reds and blues, colors you once would have reserved for your war banners. Now, you slip silver pennies across wooden counters, less concerned with plunder and more with the quality of cloth that won't scratch your neck. You remember landing raids on Frankish villages, fists tight on axe hafts, hearts pounding beneath chainmail. Today, you watch Norman braves raise their glasses at a tavern table, debating the best method to brew ale from hops. One old innkeeper, a retired warrior named Hervé, claims that a single batch fermented in a hollowed oak barrel still carries runic energy, if you chant your ancestor's name into it at midnight. Fringe historians scoff, but you've seen Hervé ramble happily after a mug or two. Your path leads you to the keep's bailey, where stonemasons carve buttresses into walls now standing a full 3 stories high. The smell of wet limestone mingles with the distant clang of hammers on anvils. You pause beneath an archway to watch a mason push a wheelbarrow of mortar up a ramp, his arms bare, muscles gleaming in the morning sun. A passing scribe tips his cap, brandishing a leather-bound ledger. You return the nod, wondering if your own name might ever grace such pages as landowner rather than outlaw. Inside the ducal hall, tapestries depict a lineage of Viking dukes and French counts intermingled, figures in mail coexisting with bishops in mitres. You take a seat on a wooden bench, carved with both runic and Roman letters, your back still stiff from years of sea voyages. A herald calls for lords to present their oaths of fealty, a delicate ritual you once inverted by smashing throats at dawn. Now you kneel before Duke William's grandfather, yes, that William, swearing loyalty with a soft voice that betrays no sarcasm. Well, maybe a little. Afterward, the court gathers for a feast under vaulted ceilings dripping with smoke from roosting fowl. Platters arrive bearing spiced pork, drizzled with honey, fresh trout swimming on a bed of greens, and manchet bread so light it floats like a cloud. You press a grape to your lips. Black Burgundy, its sweetness, a revelation to a palate, long accustomed to salted fish and hard biscuit. You laugh quietly as a knight trips over his own sword scabbard, sending a bowl of turnips clattering across the stone floor. Good thing they weren't spiked with mead, you think? Or we'd have a turnip explosion on our hands. Between bites, you watch Norman children scamper through the hall, chasing a piglet as if it were a noble steed. Their laughter rings like tinkling bells, so different from the war cries that used to echo in your ears. You lean toward your neighbor, a fellow settler named Sigrid. Yes, another Sigrid. Viking names haven't set vanished completely. And murmur, remember when bedtime tales ended with blood and axes? Now the worst threat is burnt bread, if you don't set sleep. She chuckles, reaching for another chunk of cheese. Outside, the wind shifts toward the estuary, carrying gull cries and the briny scent of tidal salt. You stroll along a wooden quay lined with trading vessels painted in bright stripes, a far cry from the sleek, unadorned longships that once transported your crew. Today's ships are broader, designed for cargo. Casks of wine from Bordeaux, bolts of silk from Byzantium, and sacks of grain destined for inland markets. You step aboard a cog to inspect its hold, running your hand along the oak planks, smoother than longship timbers, but infinitely more valuable when filled with wheat, rather than warriors. A fringe detail surfaces. Rumor has it that some Norse settlers in ruin still carve Thor's hammer symbols into roof beams for good luck, then baptize the same buildings with holy water, pagan and Christian rituals tangled together like yarn in a cat's paws. You grin at the thought, and tip your hooded cloak to an elderly blacksmith, shaping a cross-shaped door knocker. Faith and forge, he calls. A smith sips, dual creed. You nod in agreement. After all, your own amulet, once a miniature Thor's hammer, now sits beside a small silver cross under your tunic. Back in Dublin, the assimilation tale unfolds differently. You step onto reclaimed marshland where Norse traders once built wooden palisades around a bustling port. The Dublin you see now bristles with stone towers and roundhouses, Anglo-Norman merchants bargaining over salted salmon and Irish linen. The air hums with multiple tongues, Gaelic, Norse, Old English, and the new Norman French that slips into every phrase. Mainstream historical fact. By the mid-12th century, Dublin was a melting pot where Norse, Irish, and Norman cultures interwove, producing hybrid art, law, and language. Historians still argue whether this cultural mix enriched Norse identity or erased it under successive waves of influence. You wander through a workshop where potters shape ceramics decorated with interlaced knotwork and Celtic spirals, firing them in a kiln that roars like a dragon's throat. You run your fingers along a mug, etched with both runes and Ogham script. A perfect marriage of traditions. You raise it to your lips, sipping beer spiced with meadow sweet, and murmur, not bad for a Dublin export. Near the River Liffey, you join a flotilla of trading boats, unloading sacks of oats and hides. You heft a heavy bale of wool, its heft promising warmth for northern winters. You glance at the quay's edge, where merchants scoop coins from penny jars, tallying transactions in a ledger kept by both Norse and Gaelic clerks. A young clerk offers you a quill to sign your name in fluent Irish script, an odd sensation for someone still spelling Ingvar phonetically. You correct the flourish with a sheepish grin. A quirky anecdote surfaces. Some Norse settlers in Dublin reportedly held clandestine thing meetings beneath low-hanging willow trees on the riverbank, wearing Irish cloak pin brooches to avoid suspicion. They debate farming laws in whispered Old Norse, then slip into the city's taverns for ale cool enough to soothe parched throats. Historians still argue whether these secret assemblies preserved Viking law traditions or were mere romantic fantasies fueled by too much mead. You stroll along a narrow lane toward St. Patrick's Church, its round towers soaring above thatched homes. The scent of burning peat drifts in from nearby hearths. Inside, ancient stone walls echo with chants in Latin and Irish. You settle on a ledge by the window, feeling the rough masonry beneath your hand. A boy passes you a small barley cake, drizzled with honey and flecked with caraway seeds, offered as charity. You bite into it, savoring the simple sweetness. Beyond the churchyard, you glimpse a Norse burial mound repurposed as a garden plot. Cabbages sprout where once shield maidens were laid to rest. You feel a pang odd to see your ancestors' resting places turned into vegetable patches, but also a sense of continuity. Life grows from death, fields from battlefields. At twilight, you gather with other settlers around a brazier, its coals glowing like embers in a dragon's eye. Someone strikes flint and steel, sparks tumble onto kindling, and the fire leaps to life. You lean close, warming chilled hands, and listen to a bard retell sagas in a melody tinged with Irish harp strings. The mix of accents, styles, and instruments feels both strange and comforting. A harmony born of adaptation. You lean back against a wooden bench, watching embers drift upward, carrying sparks that vanish into the dark. A breeze rattles the willow branches above, sounding like distant horse hooves on cobblestones. You close your eyes and imagine the sound as a call to assembly. Then correct yourself. You'd rather the call be for market day. A final fringe reflection drifts through your thoughts. One eccentric settler in Normandy built a miniature Norse chapel in his garden, complete with tiny longship oars for pew benches. He'd invite friends for mock services that ended in shared mead rather than mandatory tithes. Critics say it trivializes faith. You say it's a clever way to keep old traditions alive without angering bishops. Historians still argue whether such hybrid rituals signaled genuine syncretism or mere nostalgia. You rise as the fire dies down, ashes glowing like distant stars. You pat the brazier's rim, gathering your cloak, and breathe deeply of the cool night air, scented with peat and river mist. You sense that neither Normandy nor Dublin is wholly Norse anymore, but neither is it entirely foreign. You've become something new, a hybrid soul walking between old and new worlds. You turn toward your lodgings, a timber-framed house, painted with rune-like motifs, and topped with a Norman tile roof. You slip inside, the floorboards creaking familiarly, and warm yourself by a small hearth. You tuck your Norse pendant and silver cross into a wooden box, symbols of a past life and the faith you're forging now. You lie on a simple mattress of straw, pulled tightly beneath woolen blankets, woven by your spouse. The mixed scents of hay, herbs, and chimney smoke swirl in the snug room. You close your eyes, feeling the fusion of cultures settle into your bones, soft like the bread you tasted, firm like the stone keeps you helped build. Historians still argue whether assimilation in foreign lands represented the end of Viking identity or its evolution into medieval Europe's defining force. You, however, know that your laughter now blends French, Old Norse, and Gaelic in a single breath, and that perhaps is the true legacy of your Viking heritage. You trudge up the worn path toward a clearing, ringed by felled tree stumps, each one a silent witness to gatherings long past. The mound where your forebears once assembled still rises from the meadow, its grassy lip sloping like a settled ship's prow turned earthward. But today, it serves not as the thing, a living forum where freemen voiced grievances and hammered out disputes, but as a weedy monument to communal justice now carried out in cold stone halls. You pause at the edge of the clearing, the scent of damp turf and wildflowers mingling with distant smoke from a nearby manor's chimney. Gone is the roar of your kin debating tariffs on livestock or proclaiming law by open vote. In its place, You hear only the soft murmur of wind through birch leaves, and wonder what it feels like to have justice meted by an appointed official, rather than by a chorus of your peers. Once, you would have taken your stand atop the mound's summit, shield on arm, steel helmet, catching the sun, voice carrying across the assembly as you argued over a neighbor's stray cattle. Now, you push open the heavy oak door of the new thing hall, its iron hinges groaning like a worried beast. Inside, benches line the walls, each backed by a carved coat of arms instead of runic symbols. A long dais at the far end holds narrow tables where unscrupulous scribes in hooded cloaks shuffle parchment rather than pass spears. The air is thick with the smell of oak polish and beeswax from sealing wax stripped onto scrolls. You step forward, the echo of your boots on the flagstones, reminding you how far the law has marched from open-air debate to dimly lit chambers. You settle onto a bench beneath a series of carved shields representing the king's newest legal codes. A herald's banner hangs overhead, declaring in bold Gothic letters the Lex Nova, a collection of statutes now binding on every villager from fjord to forest. The thing you remember, where verdicts were hammered out openly, where even women could voice grievances under the watchful eye of all, is now replaced by this hushed environment. Here, your words are filtered through a translator's quill, and every claim must be signed, witnessed, and sealed before the bailiff. A mainstream historical fact. By 930 CE, the Gulating law was one of the first Viking-era codes to be written down in Norway, drawing on traditions from the Thing assemblies but reorganized under royal authority. Historians still argue whether codification preserved community rights or simply served royal interests by centralizing legal power. You know only that the process feels like trading the clarity of voice for the tedium of ink. The bailiff at the dais calls for your dispute over a boundary fence. You rise, heart thudding, not with the thrill of public oration, but with the dread of formal accusation. A scribe unfurls a scroll and slides forward, quill in hand, waiting for you to speak. You clear your throat, recalling the old thing's open air, where wind carried your words freely instead of this stagnant hush. You describe your neighbor's encroachment, voice measured as you cite paragraph and line from the Gulating Codex. The bailiff nods, jots a note, and gestures you down from the bench. You wonder if the mound would have spared you half these formalities, thank Odin for fewer scribal fees, but curse the loss of community solidarity. A fringe tidbit drifts through your thoughts. Some villagers in Orkney maintain a secret moon thing held under masked lanterns in a secluded cave, reenacting the old open-air assembly complete with mock trials and improvised verdicts of bog mud pies hurled at losers. They claim it's harmless fun, but rumor has it a local baker still nursing scars from a particularly enthusiastic pie. Whether such gatherings offered genuine catharsis or merely nostalgic folly, no traditional source can confirm, and historians still argue whether these clandestine things were ever widespread or born of modern romance. When your neighbor's case is called, you slip out into the crisp afternoon light, the hall's warmth still clinging to your cloak. You wander toward the back courtyard, where a modest wooden chest, perched on a rough-hewn table, holds law books neatly bound in dyed vellum. You lift the lid. There, in neat columns, are statutes on theft, marriage, inheritance, and even guidelines for alehouse conduct, a far cry from the flexible customs once enforced by local oath-swearers. You flip through the pages, the leaves crackling like brittle sails, and note a clause imposing fines for failing to bring your household to muster, something the old thing never bothered to legislate. You step away, dusting your hands on your tunic, and recall the rhythmic chant of the thing's oath, fierce, unpolished, communal. Now, each oath is sworn before a priest or a royal justiciar, penitent lips pressed to wax-sealed documents rather than raised to sky or sea. The symbolism matters. You once vowed to uphold the folk's honor, now you vow to uphold the king's law. The crown's emblem on every ledger page glints gold in the sun, a constant reminder of where ultimate authority now resides. Later, you gather at a tavern where traders and craftsmen exchange gossip over mugs of ale. Conversation drifts to the new laws regulating market tolls and weight measures. You laugh when a cooper complains that his barrels now require stamped seals, lest merchants accuse him of watering down the trade's reputation. Next thing you know, he says, they'll stamp my slippers to ensure I'm wearing proper footwear in the hall. The room bursts into muffled chuckles, a gentle reminder that humor persists, even under bureaucratic yoke. At dusk, you return to the old mound. Neon light paints the clearing silver, and you run your fingers along the mossy stones where benches once stood. You close your eyes, breathing in the cold night air, and imagine the clamor of voices rising in a chorus, voices calling for justice, for fairness, for community. You wonder if the new statutes can ever replicate the raw power of shared memory, where each man's word carried the weight of his honor. You pull your cloak tighter and step back toward the manor, its lit windows promising warmth, but also the rustle of unseen pages. Inside, by a glowing hearth, you watch the bailiff raise a heavy codex, its cover embossed with the king's seal. You sip your ale, its bitterness cutting through memory like a sharpened blade, and ponder how a system once governed by collective whim has become captive to centralized decree. That night, you dream of gathering on the old mound, but find it submerged beneath water, where the fjord's tides have claimed it. Freed from politics once, now eroded by progress, you wake to the sound of a church bell, tolling instead of a horn, signaling the thing's assembly. You rise and dress, each motion reminding you of code's constraints, where once you might have invoked custom, you now cite statute. As dawn breaks, you walk past the manor's gatekeepers, guards in crisp armor stamped with royal insignia. You wonder how many villagers they oversee, how many oaths they enforce, how many disputes they settle, before the sea claims another dawn raid. You smell freshly baked bread from the manor kitchens, and realize such reassurance of daily bread was often absent when you chased plunder. You step onto the high road leading home, soft gravel crunching beneath your boots. The horizon glows pink, promising a new season of codified justice. You glance back at the silent mound, its secret echo buried beneath the hum of administration. You think of the old thing, of voices raised without fear of sealed credentials. And you acknowledge that this world, where law lives in ink and parchment, might be safer, more predictable, even prosperous. Historians still argue whether legal codification preserved communal autonomy by recording customs, or simply stripped local communities of direct agency under the watchful eye of kings. You, however, walk the path between both worlds, bearing the weight of a codex in one hand and the memory of the open mound in the other. You step onto the damp timber floor of a sprawling trading hall, the scent of seaweed and wood smoke swirling in the air as lanterns cast soft pools of yellow light. Rows of crates and barrels flank a central aisle, but at its far end stands a line of chained posts once crowded with shackles, each iron ring empty now except for the echo of distant footsteps. The clink of metal is gone, replaced by the muted creak of wagon wheels and the hushed bartering of merchants over furs and fish. It's the mid-11th century, and the old Viking economy built on human cargo has all but collapsed. You pause by a low bench, the rough grain cool beneath your palm, and wonder what it felt like when these halls rang with the groans of captured souls being examined by buyers from Cordoba or Constantinople. Once, you might have marched through this very marketplace with a dozen shackled captives in tow, their frightened eyes bright in the torchlight, hoping for a high price under the hammer's fall. Now you see only empty posts and the faint dust of vanished despair. Mainstream historical fact: by around 1050 CE, Christian prohibitions against enslaving fellow believers and shifting political alliances in Europe sharply curtailed the demand for slaves from Scandinavia, undermining a trade that had once been a cornerstone of Viking wealth and power. Historians still argue whether ecclesiastical decrees alone sufficed to collapse the market, or if changing economic alternatives, like orienting toward wool, salt, and grain, played an equally decisive role. You wander the hall's length, fingertips brushing the carved runes on the wall that once recorded hefty prices: 10 man runes for an Irish thrall, 8 for a Saxon boy. Those tallies have been scraped away, leaving only faint indentations you trace with your nail. A fringe tale drifts to mind in one infamous deal. A cunning trader sold a pair of twin girls to a merchant from Iberia by disguising them as peasants' orphans, only for their father, a local chieftain, to follow the caravan and reclaim them under threat of clan war. The brothers who abetted the scheme allegedly hid in flour sacks to escape his wrath. Whether that story is truth or tavern gossip, you can't say, but it livens the memory of a trade that thrived on shadows. You step outside into a chill wind, carrying the distant clang of hammer on anvil from a nearby smithy. Gone are the crowds of buyers haggling over living cargo. Instead you find farmers inspecting horseshoes and shipwrights measuring planks for new merchant vessels. You lean against a stone pillar, the cold surface seeping through your cloak, and recall the days when a good slave fetched more than a chest of silver, the promise of income for a lifetime of servitude. Now, the only rustle you hear is the wind through empty chains. In the open yard beside the hall, you see a handful of elderly thralls who remained after most were sold off in earlier decades. They tend gardens under the eye of overseers, pulling weeds rather than clearing battlefields. A mainstream historical fact: Norse law codes increasingly recognized the legal status of thralls as persons with limited rights rather than mere chattel, granting them avenues to manumission and protection under local courts. Another factor scholars debate in explaining the trade's decline. Historians still argue whether these legal reforms inspired manumission by moral choice or served pragmatic ends, smoothing social tensions as Viking societies settled into peacetime routines. You move past a cluster of women weaving baskets, their stools arranged where once cruel auction blocks stood. You can almost hear the echo of a merchant's cry, going once, going twice. But it's silenced by the rhythmic tap of willow strips weaving into form. A fringe rumor persists that some communities held charitable markets, offering food to leftover slaves on market day in hopes of divine pardon. Participants later testified to dreaming of freed ancestors guiding their hands as they wove, a tale scholars still debate as either genuine piety or poetic license. The scent of roasting meat draws you toward a long table, set with platters of mutton and fish pâté. You take a seat on a bench, scarred by centuries of footsteps, and a server offers you a cup of spiced mead. You lift it to your lips, letting the warmth seep into your bones. The savory aroma and honeyed sweetness fill you with a calm that contrasts sharply with the brutality once integral to this place. You trace the rim of your cup, remembering the tremor of hands that once poured water over branded shoulders, preparing captives for sale. Those captives have gone, routed by new alliances among Christian kings who banned the buying of fellow Christians, and by shifting trade hubs that preferred grain and precious metals over human labor. As merchants in Rouen and Hamburg locked down their markets to foreign slaves, you recall the day a royal envoy arrived here, decree in hand, banning all sales of unbaptized captives. Brokers tore up price lists on the spot, scattering ink-stained paper to the wind like broken promises. Your gaze drifts to the harbor beyond the hall, where merchant cogs rest at low tide. Their holds once brimmed with bound men and women, now they sit half full of salted fish and barrels of tar, destined for shipyards. You step toward a stern post, brushing your fingers over a knotted rope where a shackle once hung. Mainstream, historical fact. Excavations of Viking settlements along the Volga and Dnieper rivers reveal a marked decline in human remains associated with slave quarters after the mid-11th century, signaling both reduced importation and rising local manumission rates. Historians still argue whether this trend reflects moral awakening or simply economic necessity as new forms of labor and taxation took hold. A soft laugh drifts from a nearby group of children chasing a hoop along the quay. You watch as the hoop tumbles into the water and a young boy dives in to retrieve it, surfacing with a triumphant grin. It feels strange, knowing that not long ago, such a boy might have been torn from his village and bound to this very post. Now, he plays in freedom, the water-washed notion of what it means to be captured, slipping from mind as swiftly as the hoop spun away. You turn back to the hall's mouth, the lantern light flickering against sturdy beams. Overhead, a carved beam still bears a faded inscription. Here once stood the house of slaves. You press your palm to the wood, fingertips grazing the grain as if trying to draw strength from its history. It creaks softly, as though acknowledging the weight of lives once broken here and the change that has come. Outside the hall, the marketplace bustles, not with a sale of people, but with wares. Woolen cloth from English looms, honey from local hives, amber beads from the Baltic. You weave through stalls, the carpet of straw underfoot muffling your steps. Each stallholder greets you with a nod, no suspicion in their eyes. Where you once felt the adrenaline of bargaining over human lives, now you feel the simple satisfaction of fair trade. A fringe anecdote surfaces. One former slave, freed decades earlier, rose to such prominence as a shipbuilder that his longships carried pilgrims to Jerusalem. He reputedly carved a single plank in his boat from the wood of his old slave shack, an act some call symbolic genius, others call cheap drama. Scholars continue to debate whether that plank survived somewhere in a museum or was burned in a misguided cleaning effort. You pause by a weathered stone carving of a bound figure, half eroded by time. Town elders say it was erected in penitence when the slave trade ended, a reminder of past sins. You run your hand over its worn face and feel a twinge of regret, for the captives torn from home, for the chieftains who built fortunes on their backs, for the fear that once echoed through these halls. But regret now shares space with relief. Slavery's collapse has forced Viking society to adapt, to seek wealth through craftsmanship, diplomacy, and trade, rather than the blade's edge. At dusk, you climb the hill behind the town, lantern in hand, and stand looking down at the empty posts silhouetted against the darkening sky. The marketplace's last lanterns wink out one by one until only your own light remains. You set your lantern on a stone and lean on its warmth, gazing at the silent rings that no longer hold captive souls. You whisper a quiet benediction for both the fallen traders who profited and the forgotten captives who suffered. A gentle breeze carries the mingled scents of brine and barley to your nostrils, a lullaby of salt and grain. You close your eyes, feeling the night wrap you in a promise that hard as change may be, it can also bring freedom. The sea beyond the harbor murmurs its eternal refrain, reminding you that some currents change direction only once in a lifetime. You lift your lantern and trace its circle in the air, the glass canyoning light, like a ship's lantern, beckoning a new voyage. Behind you, the hollow rings stand empty and at peace. Historians still argue whether the end of the Viking slave trade was driven by moral choice or economic innovation, or by a complex tide of both. You, however, feel it in the clink of coins for honey and furs, in the laughter of children chasing hoops, and in the quiet rustle of empty shackles cradled by memory. You stand at the edge of the shipyard as dawn's first light filters through the scaffolding of half-finished hulls, the salty spray of the fjord kissing your face like a warning. You breathe in the tang of pine tar and fresh oak, and the rhythmic hammering of iron nails echoes against the dripping timbers. It's the mid-11th century, and you should feel pride returning to your longship's slipway. But today something feels off-kilter, like the keel itself is tilting toward obsolescence. Once, you'd commission boats that slice through waves like blades, your clinker-built masterpiece outrunning any pursuer. Now, you watch Norman and Anglo-Saxon shipwrights inspect your handiwork with knowing nods, their eyes lit by envy. They stroke the curved ribs, sketching notes on parchment, then disappear into their yards to fashion vessels that match your designs, while beefing up the hull thickness with iron bracings and wider beams for cargo. Mainstream historical fact: by around 1050 CE, records from the Bayeux Tapestry era hint that Normandy's navis longa were nearly indistinguishable from Viking longships in hull form, differing mainly in reinforced framing and larger cargo holds. Historians still argue whether these adaptations represented simple copying or a deliberate evolution that prioritized speed over agility in coastal raids. You trudge along the timber path, each board creaking under your weight, and recall the rush of launching your first longship. How the keel slipped into water with a hush broken only by the creak of ropes and a burst of cheering. Today you're met instead with the drip of rainwater from a half-roofed shed and the low murmur of apprentices filing nails into shape. The old spark of innovation that once crackled in every plank seems snuffed out, replaced by cautious replication and incremental tweaks. A fringe tidbit drifts through your mind. Some say an eccentric Danish shipwright once tried inscribing magical runes on a sacrificial oak plank to grant the vessel the power of the north wind itself. But the plank split in two during the maiden voyage, sending the bow into the air like a startled horse before the ship rolled over and sank. Whether it was cursed or merely rotten wood, no one can say, but the tale lingers as a cautionary reminder that not all innovations are blessings. You approach your own longship, its sleek hull glistening with fresh pitch. Once, you'd have measured its superiority in oar-stroke lengths and windward angles, confident that no pursuer could match your speed. Now you find yourself squinting at the hull's thinning planks, and the new iron brackets bolted along the gunwale. These bracings are meant to reinforce, yet they add weight, slowing you in calmer waters. The very design that made your raids legendary has been adopted and adapted until it no longer feels singular. You lean over the rail and trace a finger along a carved dragon prow, once a symbol of terror. Now it looks ornamental, more ceremonial than functional. You remember charging into unguarded coves at dawn, the prow cutting through mist, your war cry answering the gulls' cries. Today, the prow's intricate carving has become a talking point for visiting shipwrights, who marvel at its artistry, but dismiss its combat utility. You can't help but wonder if the artistry has become more important than performance. At the slipway, Apprentices hoist a Norman barge with a pulley system you recognize. Pulley technology you once exported to far-flung settlements. They murmur as they tighten ropes, debating whether to line the hull with leather seals to fend off leaks. You gape at the suggestion, leather seals on a warship. The concept would never have occurred to you, but now it's lauded as a clever waterproofing trick. Innovations that once sprang from necessity have been commodified into optional extras, reliable but devoid of the wild inventiveness you prized. You turn inland, boots crunching on gravel, and head toward the timber store, passing rows of seasoned oak beams laid out like tombstones. Each beam was felled under your orders from deep forests beyond the fjord, timbers known for straight grain and resilience. Now you see them used for grain silos and church beams, not for the carved hulls that once bore you to distant shores. Shipwrights have learned to substitute local woods and counteract weaknesses with metal straps, prioritizing cost over craftsmanship. Inside the warehouse, you find old design scrolls rolled in waxed cloth. You unfurl them and trace the lines drawn by your forebears. Curved ribs dovetailed into a keel so slender it could slice crests of waves. Handmade diagrams, annotated with notes on sail yard angles and oar-thole spacing. You rub your thumb over the ink, imagining the midnight oil burned in candlelight as those plans took shape. But here, apprentices scan the scrolls and copy verbatim, missing the intuitive adjustments learned through salt water and storm. A mainstream historical fact. Archaeological digs at Skuldelev in Denmark uncovered sections of Viking vessels carbon-dated to the late 11th century, demonstrating that many shipyards began to consolidate into larger cooperatives, shifting from bespoke hulls to standardized templates. Historians still argue whether this centralization improved production efficiency or constricted creative problem-solving among individual shipwrights. You only know that the variety of hull forms that once defined your fleet has narrowed to a handful of saleable shapes. You push open the heavy doors of the communal smithy, where iron workers temper rivets and forge nails in anticipation of the busy spring season. Sparks fly, illuminating soot-blackened faces. You pick up a nail, thicker and shorter than those used in your youth, and roll it between your fingers. They promise greater holding power, but you wonder if the shorter length compromises the plank's flexibility, making the hull stiffer and more brittle in rough seas. Innovations are everywhere, yet none feels entirely right. Outside, the low hum of conversation drifts from a cluster of merchants inspecting a prototype cog hull beached for trial. It's a squat vessel with high sides and a single square sail, practical for bulk cargo, but anathema to your instincts. The merchants gush over its load-bearing capacity. Scores of barrels, they say, no need for precious longship storage. You recall how you once despised cogs for their sluggishness. Yet here you are, watching them supplant clinker ships in coastal trading fleets. You trudge along the shoreline toward a shallow inlet where local warbands once tested new rigging systems, sending men aloft to fiddle with ropes mid-battle. Now the inlet's water is too calm, the rock walls too high, and the modern ships too heavy to slip between. The test site has grown over with reeds, a forlorn remnant of past innovation. You kneel and pinch a reed stem, remembering how excitement crackled in the air when a prototype sail plan held more wind than expected, only to shred when sailors neglected to reinforce the clue. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Rumor has it that one inventive captain attempted to mount swiveling ballistae on his longship's deck, hoping to rain bolts on enemy lines before boarding. The concept died when the recoil cracked the hull's side, nearly capsizing the vessel in calm water. That failure became shipyard legend, a caution to respect wooden hull's limits. Innovation was a gamble, and you wonder if excessive caution now has strangled all but the safest experiments. You push through the slip gate of the harbor defenses and step onto the stone quay, salt-polished by centuries of waves. Gull cries echo off the walls as fishing skiffs bob lazily at their moorings. Where once you'd see warships moored side by side, you now find small merchant craft, pilot boats, and customs launches, enforcing taxes on every passing keel. The longships of legend have dwindled to museum pieces, retired to winter harbors where they rot or stand as curiosities for foreign dignitaries. You wander toward the warehouse where your own ship's figurehead has been stored. It's a carved dragon's head, once painted in lurid reds and golds to strike terror. Now it sits on a crate among crates of flax and wool, its paint peeling, its fangs dulled by time. You run your fingers over its scales, recalling how it once caught the first sunbeam at dawn, a signal to rowers that war was nigh. Today, it waits for a painter's touch, destined for a merchant's drawing room rather than a prow. Mainstream historical fact: by the late 11th century, shipbuilding across the North Sea region had shifted toward producing cogs and knars, broader, deeper vessels optimized for cargo. These new designs offered stability and volume, but at the expense of speed and nimbleness. Historians still argue whether the adoption of bulk carrier ships represented cultural change driven by commerce, or a concession to enemies who matched Viking raids with fortified defenses. You step back outside, the harbor wind tugging at your cloak, and imagine the thundering oar synchrony of a war council's fleet. That roar has faded into the low murmur of rope lines shifting against blocked pulleys. You stand silent, recalling earlier eras when launching a new longship meant beating drums and lighting beacons across the fjord. Now, you launch cargo vessels amid measured speeches by port officials and customs inspectors, hardly the stuff of legend. You trudge onto the high road leading inland, leaving the salt marsh behind. Each footstep reminds you of voyages where every knot saved counted between life and death. Now, you chart your course by trade winds and market demands, less by hunger for conquest, and more by tides of supply and demand. The shipwrights have followed suit, forging standardized hulls for predictable profits, mapping routes rather than charting new ones. A final fringe reflection surfaces. One misguided innovator once tried fitting his longship with a shallow keel and retractable centerboard, a precursor of sorts to modern ships. But the mechanism jammed in ice and sank him before he could christen the design. That failure, they say, convinced many to stick with tried and true hulls rather than toy with radical ideas. Whether that tale carries truth or is mere tavern hyperbole, it illustrates how risk-averse the industry has become. You pause at a crossroads overlooking the harbor, wind whipping your hair as you survey the ebbing tide. The slipways lie empty, the old warships either rotting on the beach or repurposed as grain barges. You realize that the same sea that once carried you to glory now carries you to ports whose vessels match your own in every detail. The edge you once wielded is gone, eclipsed by mass production and cautious imitation. Historians still argue whether the stalling of Viking ship innovation was the inevitable cost of cultural integration into medieval Europe, or a self-inflicted wound born of complacency and fear of failure. You, however, know that each new hull loosed into the fjord carries less of your daring spirit, and that more than any fortress or faith marks the true end of an age. You turn away from the quarry's edge, the gull's cries fading, and head toward the fields where your family waits. The salt air gives way to the earthy scent of damp grass. You step onto the path home, the echo of hammers and waves still ringing in your mind. The shipyard's ghosts cling to your shoulders like barnacles, relics of innovation now lost to copycats and cautious minds. You trudge through the gate, boots squelching on the yard's muddy paths, and settle by the hearth where your spouse has laid out a stew of root vegetables and salted fish. The warmth washes over you, seeping into your bones more effectively than any longship voyage. You lift a spoonful to your lips, tasting the smoky broth, and feel the weight of your shipwright's dreams ease. You remember the thrill of uncharted waters. But tonight, you savor the comfort of a known harbor. The innovations you once prized feel as distant as the sea foam on barnacle-encrusted keels. You lean back against the hearth's glow, release a slow breath, and let the lull of crackling wood cradle you into a sleep untroubled by the creak of timbers or the ghost of a dragon's prow. You wake before dawn to the distant clang of a horn echoing across the fjord, its note more urgent than the creak of your longhouse door. Midnight embers from last night's stew still glow faintly in the hearth, but the chill of morning seeps through the turf walls, nipping at your shoulders like a restless spirit. You rise, brushing last night's crumbs from your tunic, and slip outside into the frost-hardened yard. The air carries scandal on its breath. Word has come that Earl Hraf's banner flies at the village gate, demanding tribute, and your reluctant attendance at a council that once bound chieftains in uneasy peace. You trudge along the rutted track to the moot hall, the same path where you once tested ship innovations beside the reed-choked inlet, now scarred by hoofprints and hastily erected barricades. Torches flicker against wooden palisades, their smoke mingling with the sour tang of spilled mead and fear. The hall's great doors swing open before you, and you step inside to find a dozen jarls gathered in ragged semicircles, each under a different standard: an iron raven, a coiled serpent, a crowned boar. It feels less like a meeting of equals and more like a prelude to slaughter. The hall's low hum of conversation falls silent as you approach. Shields rest against pillar beams, their painted motifs dulled by soot and old battles. In the center, a carved table bears the scars of spilled ink and carved runes, a testament to treaties that never held. You nod curtly to Earl Hrafn, whose gaunt face is shadowed by a fur-trimmed helm. His eyes, the color of wolf fur, flick to your own before he resumes his hushed whisperings with Jarl Svanhild, whose lean frame dwarfs the heavy axe at her side. A mainstream historical fact, by the mid-11th century, the fragmentation of Viking chieftaincies into competing earldoms, especially in Norway, with powerful families at Lade, Orkney, and Mur, undermined the unified warbands of old. This left each earl vulnerable to both foreign foes and kinstrife. Historians still argue whether this decentralization arose from kinship-based succession customs or from the pressures of Christian kings who rewarded local lords for betraying their rivals. You clear your throat, recalling the warmth of the home hearth and the lullaby of trading skiffs, rather than the harsh cadence of this gathering. You step forward, voice low but steady, and speak the words of custom. Tribute of grain and wax, safe passage for Hrafn's men, neutrality in his forthcoming campaign against Svanhild. Your tone is measured. No wild boasts of plunder, no firelit threats, yet you feel the tension coil in the air, as if the rune-carved beams above you bear witness to an unspoken question: who will strike first? A fringed tidbit surfaces in your mind. Rumor trails that Earl Hrafn once enlisted a blind seer to cloak his warbands in ghostly illusions, using painted lanterns and smoke to appear as an army 10 times its size. The plan allegedly worked until a storm rolled in, scattering smoke and sending marching shadows tumbling into ditches, an embarrassing spectacle that left Hrafn's banner trailing in the mud. Whether such conjurations hold any truth or simply fuel tavern gossip, no bard's song has pinned down the exact story. Svanhild rises then, her armor clinking like distant thunder. She lays a gauntlet hand on the table, sending carved grooves trembling. "Your tribute is too little," she says, voice carrying across the hall. "Wax for candles in your church does not sate the needs of war." You meet her gaze, recalling how she once traded raiding expertise for dusty tome translations in the monastery. An odd pivot from bloodshed to scripts. You swallow, remembering last night's porridge of frost-scarred barley, and counter, "My fields barely yielded enough to feed my kin. Demand more, and you starve us all." The hall shifts. A dry wind, through brittle reeds. Some earls nod, others avert their eyes, counting the cost in coin rather than kin. You sense the calculus in their stares. Is it wiser to enforce tribute now or risk rebellion when winter bites? A scholar's quill might note the irony. These same earls once fought side by side beneath dragon-proud longships. Now they circle each other like wolves, sniffing for weakness. Historians still argue whether such fratricidal strife hastened the Viking decline more than foreign defenses, or if, conversely, it reflected an unavoidable evolution into feudal rivalries common across Europe. Earl Harfan leans forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Join me, and together we can seize Svanhild's lands beyond the fjord. Refuse, and you'll be next." His clawed finger hovers over a crude map scratched into the tabletop oak. Rivers, ridges, and the narrow pass that guards her holds. You glance at Svanhild, her gaze hard as forged steel. Beside her, a young Jarl fidgets, hand brushing the haft of his sword, temptation and dread warring in his eyes. You feel the weight of choice pressing on your chest like a siege engine. You remember the hush of your home's longhouse, the comforting glow of embers, the soft lull of trading coasters in harbor. The siege of collective strength has arrived at your threshold. Betray an ally and gamble on victory, or uphold tenuous peace and invite retribution from Rafan's raven-winged warbands. Your voice emerges, calm. "I stand with neither. I will not fuel fratricide for glittering fields." A murmur ripples through the hall, shock, respect, and horror entwined. The trail here is a blade that cuts both ways. Songhild's Sep's eyes narrow. Songthan's jaw tightens for a heartbeat. You fear they summon the hall guard. Then Rafan laughs, a dry bark like a cracking branch. "So be it. Let us see if your empty words withstand the winter. No tribute, no peace." He pounds the table. Shields rattle like angry birds. His retainers draw arms and torches flare in supplication. You step back as Svanhild's men unsheath axes in approval, the hall's shadows dancing with cold steel. You slip toward the door, heart hammering, senses sharpened by adrenaline and frost. Outside, the dawn's pale light reveals hastily constructed siege engines near the palisade walls. Hrefin's men prepare to ride, black horses stamping hooves in frozen mud. Breath steaming in the air, you realize that this moot hall has become the arena for earldom feuds. No different from raiding foreign villages, with the only difference that your enemies wear your own kin's colors. You spin on your heel and sprint across the courtyard, the drone of war horns growing nearer. The stink of sweat and horse manure fills your nostrils, mingled with pine smoke from burning faggots meant to light the paths. You vault onto your horse, its reins slick beneath your gloved hands, and spur it toward home, each hoofbeat pounding like a funeral drum. As you ride, the fjord's mirrored surface trembles beneath your passage, reflecting the banners of your betrayers rising on the far shore. You recall the hush of trade ships, The lullaby of salted fish barrels rocking in holds, the promise of safer dawns than these. Yet now the beauty of water seems a mocking mirror to the fracturing of your people. A fringe reflection drifts through your mind, some whisper that in Orkney rival earls once settled their disputes by sending identical lambs across the sea. Whoever's lamb survived the voyage earned a bloodless victory. Critics say the story's a fable born of Icelandic sagas, but you'd trade saber wounds for that kind of peaceful contest in a heartbeat. You cross the frozen field toward your longhouse, breath ragged, the wind carrying the distant clamor of war drums. At the gate, you pause, one hand on the latch, recalling the comfort of home might not shield you now from Hrafn's wrath. Inside, your family huddles by the dying fire, eyes wide at your sudden return. You force a reassuring smile, though your mind races with strategies. Fortify the longhouse, send your stock away under cover of night, seek alliance with Svanhild's hidden kin. You catch the flicker of fear in your child's eyes, and pinch yourself back to purpose. The fractured earldoms have turned your world into a tinderbox. Each spark a potential inferno. Unity once defined you, sea bands that stormed coasts in hundreds strong. Now you scrounge allies among a handful of war-weary garrels. You might be forced to offer land grants for swords, or promises of safe harbor for Hrafn's deserters. A mainstream historical fact. Records from the Orkney saga recount how earldom feuds, particularly between Harold Maddadson and his nephews, led to decades of intermittent warfare, sapping resources that might have repelled Scottish and Norwegian kings. Historians still argue whether these internecine struggles sealed Norse holdings in the British Isles, or simply mirrored the common medieval pattern of territorial disputes. You kneel beside the hearth, heart still racing, and set aside your dripping cloak. The firelight dances across your gaunt face as you plan. Send envoys under white flags to Svanhild, conceal your grain stores beneath a false cellar, ready your smith to reforge swords from broken blades. The longhouse's scent of sour porridge and pine tar offers scant comfort against the roar building beyond these walls. Night falls swiftly. Stars brittle above, and the horn's echo fades into a low drumbeat in your chest. You pace the floor, running a hand through your hair, weighing the cost of allegiance versus autonomy. The old earls might have settled these disputes in open thing, smearing walls with mud pies and laughter. Now they spill blood instead, forgetting that the strongest shield is collective trust, rather than solitary might. You close your eyes and imagine the ancient mound, its grassy lip rising above fields, now stained by rival banners. You crave the old open-air verdicts, where 1,000 voices checked a single rash decree. Instead, you have cunning schemes and half-broken promises, tools as dangerous and unreliable as any blade. Tomorrow, you'll ride to Svanhild's fortress under the promise of neutrality, bearing gifts of salted fish and amber beads as tokens of goodwill. You'll speak in low tones, avoid Hrafn's spies, and recall the lessons of feuds past, that every earl's ambition is a double-edged sword that cuts its wielder as surely as his foe. You slip into bed beside your spouse, the longhouse's timbers groaning in the night wind. Sleep comes fitful, each dream a blur of raven wings and clashing axes. You awaken to the soft glow of dawn, resolve hardening like iron in the forge. The age of unified Viking warbands is gone, replaced by petty earldoms at each other's throats. And you, caught in the splintering, must choose whether to become kingmaker, truce broker, or yet another casualty of fratricidal pride. You slip through the half-open gate of a town you visited countless times before. Yet today its presence feels different, as if the very walls are watching you. Dawn's pale light reveals stout wooden palisades, topped with sharpened stakes, and behind them a thick stone curtain crowned by crenellations where watchmen in leather jerkins lean against their crossbows. You pause on the muddy street, breathing in the scent of wet cobblestones and hearth smoke, wondering when these humble lanes became the front line against your longship's swift prow. It's the mid-11th century, and the era of unchallenged dawn raids has crumbled beneath a new reality, peasant militias drilling in open squares and stone town walls rising thicker and steeper than any timber palisade you once breached. You shift your pack, filled not with axes for plunder, but with bronze coins for trade, and recall the last time you slipped past unguarded thatch roof lanes before this town trained every able-bodied farmer to wield spear and shield. You step into the market square, where villagers gather beside a rough-hewn wooden platform. On it, the burly man named Gunnar, once your ship's oarsman, now commands a motley host of blacksmiths, weavers, and bakers. His broad shoulders strain under chainmail borrowed from the local Dean, and his calloused hands grip a spear nearly as tall as you are. He spots you and nods, a flicker of camaraderie tempered by the steel in his eye. He is no longer a companion in raiding. He is a sentinel sworn to protect home from people like you. A mainstream historical fact, by the mid-11th century, many towns in England and Ireland had organized local militias, sometimes called the feuds, and supplemented them with professional Vikings to defend fortified burhs and walled settlements, a shift that made lightning coastal raids far riskier. Historians still argue whether the success of these defense systems lay more in the strength of permanent stone walls or in the discipline of local militias trained year-round. You wander past a raised ramp where a dozen peasants practice marching in formation, shields locked edge to edge like a rolling tide of wood and iron. Their spears thrust forward in perfect unison. They advance a few paces, wheel left, then wheel right, the scrape of leather sandals on cobblestones echoing against the hush of dawn. You stop to watch, hear it, pounding with a familiar thrill. The same roar that once urged you onward now inspires them to stand ground. You catch the eye of a young militiaman named Björn, barely past boyhood, freckles across his nose, training sword at his hip. And you wonder if he senses how close this drill has come to war. A fringe tidbit flickers at the back of your mind. Rumor claims that one enterprising town draped straw-stuffed scarecrows along its walls at night, each propped up with crossbows preloaded and set to fire if disturbed, a makeshift automated defense. Critics mock it as superstition, but they say a scouting party once breached the perimeter, only to break ranks in panic at the sudden thwack of springing crossbows. Whether the scarecrows held any real teeth, or merely rattled enemy courage, no one can say, and historians still argue whether such guerrilla tactics truly deterred raiders, or simply became legend. You slip deeper into the alley beside a half-built guard tower, its foundation of flint and mortar reaching waist height. Apprentices toss bricks upward, while masons overhead lay each stone with precise intent. You feel the heat of the mortar as you lean an ear to the work, the pungent smell of lime and crushed chalk mingling with wood smoke. You slice your palm along the rough edge of a flint block, pressing the blood-dusted finger to your lips to taste iron. The same iron that once coated your blade in the frenzy of assault, now binding these stones into a protective fortress. Beyond the tower, you glimpse the old quay, where familiar longships once lined the shore. Now the landing is flanked by round watchtowers, connected by a wooden breastwork, manned by archers and slingers. From above, they could see you approach from leagues offshore, raising the alarm before you even glimpsed land. You stare at the tree line beyond the walls, noting gaps sealed by sharpened stakes driven into the ground, pale spearheads jutting like teeth in the earth. You follow Gunnar toward a low timber hall at the edge of the square, where a knot of elders huddle around a table strewn with maps, quills, and wax seals. They gesture to a scrawled chart showing the coastlines, every cove and inlet, each marked with the date of the last attempted raid and the militia's response time. You recognize one mark as your own doing, a raid thwarted here 5 winters ago, repelled when villagers lit signal fires, summoned lordly reinforcements, and routed your crews before they reached the granary. You swallow the sour taste of memory. This defense was your undoing once, and it stands ready to do so again. A narrow doorway leads into the hall's interior, where the smell of spiced broth wafts through a crack in the door. You step inside and find a low ceiling thick with smoke, benches carved from single oaks, and a hearth blazing at the center. Gunnar stands before the fire, flanked by 8 militia captains. He turns as you enter, his gaze as steady as an arrow's flight. "Come to barter?" he asks, expression neutral. You nod, fishing your pouch from beneath your cloak. You display a pouch of silver pennies and amber beads, payment for grain you plan to collect and carry back to your own settlement. Gunnar's eyes flick to the pouch, then back to you, and he offers you the place by the hearth rather than the courtyard. You settle onto a bench opposite him, the wood scorched smooth by countless elbows. A steaming bowl of stew arrives, thick with root vegetables grown behind these walls, and spiced with herbs you once raided for, but now pay fair coin to obtain. You scoop a spoonful and let the warmth spread through your chest, reminding yourself that trade can sometimes open doors where swords cannot. Yet you know that tension never sleeps. Each creak of floorboard echoes through the hall like marching boots. Every flicker of torchlight reminds you how close the hide-and-seek of raiding has come to an end. The era when you could slip under moonlight through unguarded pines is gone, replaced by patrols that fan out along forest edges, lanterns held high, their signals linked to the town's beacon network. You lean closer to Gunnar, voice low. "What news of the northern shore?" you ask. He purses his lips, glancing at the map's edges where your next target once lay. "West of Skara, they built a stone tower at every river mouth," he replies. "Militia patrols run 2 per tide. Any longship spotted is chased off by archers before it rounds the point." His gaze locks onto yours. "We sip ready." You nod, the lines of his face carved by hard winters and harder duty. You remember the stories of coastal watchmen who hoisted hornblasts at the first sign of oars, hornblasts that echoed across valleys and rallied farmers armed with pitchforks and cudgels. By midday, a dozen men could converge on a stranded longship faster than you could muster your crew. No longer did you sink into shallow coves. Now you skirt wider seas, seeking soft targets in isolated hamlets rather than fortified towns. A murmur drifts through the hall, voices of younger captains boasting of their first defense. One boasts of fashioning a storm goat siege engine, a wheeled battering ram draped in hides, inconspicuous beneath the ramparts, until it cleaved the gate in 2. Yet when they tested it, the wheels collapsed on a cobblestone, and the goats used to pull it bolted at the squeal of metal on stone. The neat image of a grim engine of war, tamed by farm animals, still makes you chuckle, despite the gravity of the moment. Outside, the clang of a smith's hammer signals the forging of arrowheads, each blade shaped for maximum bite, through wooden shields. Pages of sermons remind militia men that defending home is a holy duty, an invitation as potent as any war cry. A mounted dean patrols the ramparts, relaying orders by horn and banner. his helmet crest gleaming like a sentinel star against the gray sky. You finish your stew and rise, pushing aside the bowl. Gunner stands with you. You clasp forearms in greeting. The thud of muscle against muscle, a quieter echo of shield on shield. Safe travels, he says, but mind your routes. The north is no longer a quiet inlet. You nod and step back into the courtyard. The chill dawn air biting at your robes. Every footstep crunches on frost-rimed gravel, an audible reminder that your world has grown smaller, hemmed in by vigilant eyes. You cast a last glance at the missile loops carved into the walls, the stout gate reinforced with iron bands, the sentry tower looming over rooftops like a watchful eye. Beyond the walls, you follow a narrow cart track toward the estuary, where your longship waits. Your oarsmen stand at attention on deck, clad in simple padded jerkins, rather than furs and mail. Their faces are taut with unease. They recall how the last time you tried forcing a landing, they were met by volley after volley of arrows that thudded into timber like hail. They grip their oars, not for rowing but for defense, ready to fend off boarders or strike back at pursuers. You push the prow into the water and settle onto the thwart. Each oar dips with practiced rhythm, but the water feels heavier now, burdened by the weight of prepared defenses awaiting you at every inlet. You glance back at the town's walls shrinking into distance, banners snapping in the breeze. Archers patrolling the wall walk above. You taste salt on your tongue, a reminder that some dangers are as constant as the tide. A fringe reflection surfaces. Tales persist of one coastal village that installed underwater stakes beneath the tidal zone, sharp beams hidden just below the surface, to shred unsuspecting hulls. The idea is so diabolical that raiders whisper of phantom reefs that tear through keels. Historians still argue whether submerged defenses were widely used or relegated to a few desperate hamlets. But for you, the rumor is enough to slow your heart with every passing inlet. You bend your head to the oar, each blade stroke sending water churning past your ears. No longer do you chart courses by hidden creek mouths and moss-lined coves. Now you follow charts marred by red X marking defended harbors and blue circles where the militia is known to patrol. The freedom of the sea has yielded to a new calculus of risk, where steel walls and sharpened stakes stand watch. The promise of easy loot has turned into a cost no raider willingly pays. The wind catches your cloak, and you feel the tug of home, your longhouse beckoning you toward hearth and hearth alone. You remember the hush of sanctuary found in farmsteads far from these warded towns, and you resolve to seek easier shores, if any still remain. You trace a fingertip along the oar's worn shaft, recalling how it once served as both lever and weapon, and you wonder whether it will ever taste the sea's surge with unguarded abandon again. As the sun rises higher, the mist lifts from the water, revealing lines of reef and shoal you once navigated blind. Now, you plot a course that skirts them, hugging open sea where no walls can follow. Yet, even the open water betrays you with distant watchfires flickering on cliff edges, a silent signal that every hamlet from here to the next shore has learned to defend itself. You steady your breath, letting the rhythm of oars become a meditation. The clang of hammer and bark of sentry horns fade into memory. Ahead, the fjord narrows, and you brace yourself for the next harbor, where torches will flicker behind embattled walls and a militia waits in harness. Historians still argue whether the rise of local defense forces marked the true end of classic Viking raiding, or simply forced it to evolve into more clandestine piracy and targeted strikes. You, however, know the truth in your marrow. Every fortified town and drilled militia has chipped away at the sea's lure of easy wealth, forging a world where raiding is no longer a right, but a relic of a wilder age. You drive the longship forward, oars slicing through the pale water, carrying you away from once easy prey and toward uncertain horizons. Behind you, the town's walls shrink, but their shadow lingers in your thoughts, a testament that defense forged in stone and muscle can tame even the most daring of raiders. You pick your way through narrow lanes toward a half-forgotten hall perched on a rocky promontory, the wind off the sea carrying the tang of brine and the distant murmur of gulls. Torches flicker in iron sconces along battered wooden walls carved with serpents and knotwork. But the glow seems faint, more a memory of light than a beacon of inspiration. You push open the heavy door and step inside, the air thick with the scent of pine shavings, soot, and stale mead. In the center, scholars in hooded cloaks huddle around a low table strewn with loose parchment, quills, and ink pots. Their voices drop to a hush as you enter. The room feels smaller than you remember, cramped compared to the vaulted crypts and candlelit scriptoriums of the foreign abbeys you visited. Here, the walls are rough-hewn planks, the single window barred by iron lattice, and the only seats are simple benches scarred by generations of elbows. You realize this must be the gathering place for the few scribes and rune carvers still practicing their craft, far from the great monasteries of Wessex or the cathedral schools of Francia. One of the scholars looks up, eyes bright with curiosity tinged by skepticism. You have been returned from lands where stone cathedrals and scriptoria eclipse our sagas, she says, voice low enough that only you can hear. Tell us, how does it feel to belong to a people with no great architecture, no lasting libraries, and few works beyond terse runic inscriptions? Her question lands like a hammer blow, echoing against your ribs. You swallow against the lump in your throat. It's true, most of your people's history survives only in fragmentary runestones, carved memorials of a name and a kin, rather than in illuminated manuscripts or towering masonry. Mainstream historical fact: fewer than 600 Viking runestones survive across Scandinavia, and they typically record only brief memorial messages, rather than extended narratives or scholarly treatises. Historians still argue whether this paucity reflects an intentional choice to keep the spoken word sacred, or if simply the ravages of weather and war erased countless carvings. You shift your weight, noticing how the scholars exchange glances, some sympathetic, others critical. One bangs a fist on the table, rattling quills and parchment. Without schools, what hope for our youth? She demands. Our neighbors in Paris and Canterbury build walls that reach toward heaven, inscribed tomes that will survive centuries. Meanwhile, your people boast of raiding and shipwrighting, but produce little that outlasts a generation. A fringe tidbit crawls through your mind. Rumor among coastal elders whispers of a hidden grotto beneath a sea cliff, where a solitary skald once carved, not runes but intricate cosmological diagrams on slate tablets, maps of the stars, charts of tides, formulas for sail geometry. They say, those slates lie sealed behind fallen boulders, waiting to be uncovered by a determined scholar. Whether the slabs ever existed or are simply a sailor's yarn, no one has seen them, and historians still argue whether such clandestine scholarship ever moved beyond myth. You glance at the parchments piled on the table, crude sketches of rune shapes, fragments of verse, a hastily scribbled chart attempting to map the phases of the moon. Their edges are moth-eaten, ink smudged by passing hands. You run a fingertip over one line of Edda-style verse, so sparse, so vulnerable to oblivion, and feel a pang of loss sharper than any battle wound. A scholar pours you a cup of weak spiced mead, more for ceremony than taste, and you lift it to your lips. The warmth spreads through your chest, but it cannot thaw the chill in your bones. You recall great libraries you've glimpsed abroad, rows of codices bound in leather, shelves lashed with chains to prevent theft, scribes laboring under flickering candles with Latin glosses flowing across parchment like rivers. Here, the only manuscripts are locked in the mind, passed from throat to throat again. You stand and pace the narrow floorboards, the torchlight flickering over the scholars' faces. We have carving, you say quietly. We have weaving. We have silverwork pulled from the earth and shaped with fire. We sing sagas of gods and heroes by hearth fire, compose poetry in skaldic meter that rivals any Latin hymn. You gesture to the hall's single pillar, carved with entwined dragons, proof that your artisans possess skill and vision. One scholar shakes her head, folding her arms. Your artistry remains ephemeral, she says. A carved pillar can be felled, a tapestry burned. Your sagas, committed to memory, vanish with the skald's last breath. Without written records and scholarly institutions, how will your culture endure? The Savar's seethes. You pause beneath the lone window, staring out at jagged rocks and the heaving sea beyond. You remember the clang of longship construction, the hush of oared voyages under northern lights, the tight bond of raiding crews whose shared stories bound them closer than any chain. But those memories, like frost on glass, will fade when the last oars crack and the last saga is untold. A scholar produces a leather-bound folio from beneath her cloak and sets it before you. The cover is stamped with a stylized cathedral spire, a gift from a Frankish patron, and inside, pages of Latin treatises on geometry, theology, and natural philosophy, spread out in neat lines. You run your eyes over the script, text so dense it seems to pulse with meaning beyond your grasp. You feel both awe and envy. Here is a world where knowledge is preserved, scrutinized, built upon. You tap the folio's margin, where a monk's gloss notes the ratio of circle circumference to diameter, an early attempt at pi. Here, you say, they debate numbers to 6 decimal places. We struggle to count beyond 12 without beads and knots. Our calculations for navigation rely on star sightings and oral bar scales, not written formulas. Historians still argue whether an early form of runic arithmetic ever existed or if it was swallowed by the sea of oral tradition. The scholars murmur. One slips a finger beneath a seal and slides a vellum scroll before you. It bears a list of the latest donation of silver pennies from a bishop's purse, funds earmarked for copying sacred texts. You note the sum. Enough to pay a scribe's wages for a year, perhaps 2. Yet here you stand, your own scribes, scratching candles' worth of verse before dawn. You close your eyes and inhale the scent of wax, soot, and sea air mingled in this uneasy sanctuary. The hall's low ceiling creaks, as if burdened by the weight of unspoken questions. Will your people be remembered as mere marauders, or as patrons of art and learning? Can a culture built on wood and word transcend the flicker of flame? A fringe anecdote drifts through the scholar's conversation. One aging librarian at Amiens claimed to possess a single stanza of a Viking poem written in Latin letters, passed down by an Irish monk who learned Old Norse. The manuscript supposedly lay hidden in a monastery's cellar until an inquisitor destroyed it for fear of pagan heresy. No trace remains, save that second-hand rumor. Historians still debate whether any Norse verse was ever transcribed in the medieval West, or if it lives only in the fog of legend. You set aside the scroll and folio, voice steadier now. Perhaps our art endures in a form you cannot touch, you say. A hammer sips ring on an anvil, a ship sips wake on water. The hush when oars pause beneath a full moon, these imprint on memory, more lasting than ink on parchment. You close your eyes and listen. The distant crash of waves, the scholar's soft intake of breath, the creak of planks settling. Yet you know your words ring hollow against the reality of fading runestones and empty halls. You recall the great Norse porch at Dublin's former Thing site, now collapsed, the carved doors at Hedeby, long since plundered or burned. You think of the sagas collected by Snorri Sturluson and 2 centuries from now, carefully written only after the Viking age has passed. Our stories wait in the wings, you murmur. But who will cue the playwright when the audience has gone? You lift the scholar's cup of mead again and drain it, the sweetness cloying on your tongue. The torchlight dances on soot-blackened beams as you step toward the door. Scholars follow, hushed, watching you slip back into the corridor, where the wind whips salt spray through the narrow slit windows. Outside, the sky is slate gray, waves churning beneath cliffs that scratch the horizon. You stand for a moment in the wind, hood down, letting the cold lash your cheeks. You raise your face to the sky, tasting the spray, feeling your pulse quicken with resolve. If your culture's legacy depends on you, then you will carve steel as well as stone, rebuild halls, commission works, teach the young to read runes and write sagas. You will sow seeds of scholarship like grain on tillable fields. A lone gull cries overhead, its echo swallowed by the sea's roar. You turn your back to the hall's dim glow and stride down the rocky path toward home. In your mind you outline plans. Invite skalds to teach reading, gather a clerk to copy your own verses. Dedicate silver to a runestone, inscribed with your deeds and your hopes. The salt wind carries the promise of storms, but also the knowledge that storms clear the air. You press on through the dusk, footsteps splashing in tide pools, heart alight with the conviction that if the world demands permanence, then your world will deliver it in carving and in word. Historians still argue whether Viking art and scholarship ever truly stagnated, or if their ephemerality was the hallmark of a living, breathing tradition passed through song and craft rather than sealed tomes. You, however, vow to leave behind more than faded memories and worn carvings. You will leave letters scratched in stone, words inked on parchment, and halls where young voices debate the shape of circles and the flight of ravens. You trudge along a narrow track, carved between 2 muddy fields. The chill dawn mists clinging to your cloak like a stubborn debt. In one hand you carry a worn leather satchel of legal documents. In the other, a carved staff that once marked your inheritance boundary, its notches smoothed by years of counting sheep and grievances. Ahead, the silhouette of your family's homestead stands, its sagging thatch and moss-streaked beams betraying decades of division. Every plank of wood seems to whisper the same bitter truth. Here, land is less a blessing than a burden, parceled so thinly that none can thrive. You pause at a low stone marker, one of many that dot these fields, each etched centuries ago with runes declaring House of Sievin. Yet the Sievin who carved it never imagined his kin would fragment the property into so many meager strips. A dozen heirs, a dozen plots, each smaller than the last. Mainstream historical fact. Viking Age Scandinavia practiced partible inheritance, dividing land equally among sons, which by the late 11th century often resulted in holdings too small to sustain a family on farming alone. Historians still argue whether this egalitarian custom fostered social cohesion or simply hastened rural impoverishment. You step across a shallow ditch, marking your share's far edge, boots squelching in soggy grass. On either side, fields lie fallow, too small to plow efficiently, too poor to yield surplus. You recall how your grandfather boasted of a single manor that fed 2 households. Now you oversee a patch that struggles to grow turnips. A breeze stirs the reeds, carrying faint scents of last autumn's fire smoke and the bitter tang of spilled mead. Each whiff reminds you that families once feasted on salted pork here. Today you barter sheep's wool just to patch the roof. A shout rings out from the low hedge ahead. You hurry forward and find your cousin Hakon leaning against a split elm, arms folded, flaxen hair sticking out of his braid in disgruntled angles. He greets you with a sour grin. "I see you've built a fence on my strip," he says, voice flat as old porridge. You glance at the wooden palings, leaning precariously into his barley patch. Your boundary marker, or his. The runes have worn away, and the old cairn your grandfather set has collapsed under lichen. You sigh, and rest your staff against the elm. "I followed the marker," you protest softly. "The surveyor's slip says your share ends 2 strides from here." You gesture down at the muddied boards stamped with your father's emblem. Hakon narrows his eyes. 2 strides. I count 3. You owe me 1 more sod of land. He juts a finger at the ground. A fringe tidbit snaps into your mind. Rumor says, 1 high-born chieftain once settled a similar dispute by having each inheritor recite the family saga verse by verse while holding a live eel. Whoever dropped the eel first lost their claim. Critics call it a fishy story, but the thought of eel's slime slipping through fingered runes touches a grin to your lips. You force it down. There's no room for jokes when your hearth depends on that soil. You turn and beckon Hakon to follow you toward the old barn, where an aging Viking named Jorund presides over property disputes. His hall stands at the top of a gentle rise, a sturdy longhouse repurposed as a moot chamber. Inside, benches line the walls, and a single overhead beam bears carvings of intertwined serpents. Symbols once meant for protection, now witnesses to the bitter wrangle of kin. Jorund sits on a raised platform, gray beard knotted with pine resin, eyes sharp as an arrowhead. He clears his throat and gestures for you both to kneel. The smell of pine wood and peat lingers in the air, punctuated by the sharp tang of old ink from the parchments spread before him. You slide a vellum sheet forward. Your deed, signed by your father, witnessed by the local steward. Hakon pushes his own scroll across the table, stamped with his mother's seal. You speak first, voice steady. "My lord, the deed grants me this plot defined by the 2 markers, oak and elm, aligned with the rising sun on midsummer's dawn." Jorund nods, flicking his fingers through a saltbox of blue pigment meant for sealing disputes. Hakon crosses his arms and counters, voice rising. "My deed says the oak stands farther north, by the rocky knoll." He slides a crude sketch of a rock piled in the corner, another boundary indicator that neither of you recalls marking. You stifle the urge to roll your eyes. Boundary stones vanish. Hedges grow, and scribbled sketches fail to capture the earth's shifting moods. Meanwhile, your family's legacy dwindles into petty squabbles and stenciled lines. You glance at Jorund, who taps his staff. Historians still argue whether written charters improved inheritance fairness or simply multiplied disputes. He intones, echoing one of the scholarly debates you have heard, whispered in distant monasteries. Then he grunts, "Speak or be silent." Hakon leans back, brow furrowing. "I want that sod next to the ridge," he says. "It's the best soil." You nod. "Yes, it has the richest loam, but that soil was your share, according to the survey." You point to the faint rune etched on a rock, half swallowed by moss. Your seals faded. My marker stands clearer. A hush falls. You can almost hear the ghosts of past assemblies, chanting laws aloud atop the old mound, laws now recorded in barely legible scripts. You drag your staff along the beam's carved dragon, its painted scales chipped, and swear softly under your breath. Jorund rubs his chin. Sunlight filters through a narrow window, catching dust motes like tiny drifting shields. He summons a clerk and dictates the compromise. Each of you yields a half stride, redistributes 2 bushels of oats to balance yield, and trades 1 ewe as apology. The scratch of quill on parchment sounds louder than any sword against shield. You whisper, "Fine," though your heart aches at another ewe given away, at another bushel lost, at the sense that every inch of land demands constant vigilance. Hikon nods, shoulders easing. "Next time," he mutters, "mark the stone deeper." You both rise, sealing the begrudging peace with a clasp of forearms. Outside, the wind has strengthened, rustling reeds and scattering you both with its chill. You walk back to your plot, sheep following at a distance, bleating as if they share your fatigue. You survey the fenced rectangle, a patch barely enough for 24 sheep to graze, half of what your grandfather's flock once needed. A young girl runs across the field to meet you, your niece, eyes wide as the summer sky. She hands you a clay cup painted with runes for luck and whispers, "Sleep well tonight, uncle." You close your eyes and inhale the scent of damp earth and barley straw. "Tonight," you say softly. "I will." You fill the cup with cool spring water, drink slowly, and press it to your heart. The clear liquid silences your worries for a moment. But as you look down at the cracked clay, you realize the cracks are like your own kinship, beautiful in memory, but fragile under pressure. A few rods away, the longship you once sketched plans for rides the tide like a cradle. Its sleek prow reminds you of freedom, of gliding coastlines unbound by fences. Yet now that freedom feels distant, tethered by redrawn maps and court decrees. You run a finger along the hull's smooth planks, recalling the laughter of rowers and the salt spray on your lips. That longship once carried you beyond these straining boundaries. Now it serves as a merchant vessel, crossing seas to barter wool for grain. You shoulder your satchel of charters and step onto the deck. The wood creaks under your weight, a soft lament of structures that once united families now set them apart. You climb the ramp, staff in hand, and position yourself at the helm. Your oarsmen look to you for direction, not just for navigation, but for hope. You draw a steady breath, tasting brine and barley mash on the air. A fringe anecdote drifts through your mind. Some tell of a jarl who, fed up with endless inheritance feuds, bequeathed his entire estate to a herd of goats, leaving his sons to fight over bleeding animals. Cruel, perhaps, but the sons, rivals turned friends, reconciled to share the goat's milk and wool instead of dividing fields too small for either. Whether goat-based governance ever succeeded or simply ended in bleat-filled bedlam, no one records, but it's a sly reminder that sometimes absurdity unites what greed divides. You grip the tiller and glance toward the distant horizon, where morning light gilds waves in promise. Beyond these shoals and marshy meadows lie lands unburdened by inherited disputes. Fertile soils won by courage, not lineage. You imagine claiming a new farm in distant isles, starting afresh without the weight of ancient agreements etched in fading runes. Historians still argue whether the erosion of large estates through partible inheritance weakened Viking society irreversibly, or if it simply reflected an egalitarian spirit, ill-suited to medieval pressures. You, however, feel the truth in calloused hands, in rationed ale, in the squeak of sheep leather on fence rails. Land divided endlessly divides hearts. You straighten your cloak and turn the longship's prow toward open sea, each wave lifting you farther from this fractious shore. You will find new horizons, new plots measured by tides and stars instead of bearded scribes and fickle markers. Tonight, perhaps, you will dream of unmarked fields and boundless grass, of inheritance not as division but as shared promise. You step onto the ragged shoreline of Greenland's eastern settlement as a pale sun hovers low above jagged ice floes, the air tasting of cold metal and seaweed. Beneath your boots, peaty soil squelches, releasing the tang of decaying grass that failed to grow tall enough this summer. You haul your cloak tighter around your shoulders. Spoiler alert, you won't get far without layers here, and trudge past the ruined remnants of turf-roofed longhouses, their timbers warped and gray from centuries of wind and frost. The wind whistles through half-collapsed church walls, stirring tufts of moss that cling like stubborn memories. You brush a hand across carved stone lintels, where crosses once stood proud, now chipped and leaning at odd angles. It's the 12th century, but this feels like the edge of the world. A place where supply ships are months overdue, and the nearest friendly face is an echo across the ice. You taste salt and iron on your tongue, wondering if this was ever a wise settlement choice. These colonies began in 986, when Eric the Red led families across the North Atlantic, naming the land Greenland to entice settlers. Mainstream historical fact. Despite the optimistic name, average summer temperatures here dropped by as much as 1.5 degrees Celsius between 1200 and 1450 CE, part of the onset of the Little Ice Age that shortened growing seasons and strained resources. Historians still argue whether volcanic eruptions or solar cycles were the primary drivers of this cooling, and whether the Norse might have adapted had they diversified crops sooner. You round a crooked corner of sod walls and find a small patch of withered rhubarb, once a cherished imported crop, now an exotic relic of warmer days. You kneel and touch a leaf's edge, brittle as parchment, and recall the first harvest of cabbages grown from seed shipped from Iceland. That triumph now seems as fleeting as a summer mirage. A light joke drifts through your mind. You probably didn't pack a sunscreen that works under ice, but at least there's no need to worry about sunburn when the sun barely rises above the horizon. Behind the cabbage patch, you spot a frost-hardened tool shed where a few survivors still store scythes and needle-felled nets. Their owners vanished weeks ago, perhaps off to hunt seals or walrus tusks for ivory to trade back home. You slide open the door and find a rusted harpoon head balanced on a mossy shelf. Its barbs dulled, its iron pitted by brine. The sight makes you shiver. That harpoon once carried hope of fresh meat and oil, now it's a relic of desperation. A fringed tidbit drifts through. Local whispers. Some colonists carved runes on walrus scapulae, large shoulder bones, believing these whalebone charms warded off ice trolls lurking beneath the pack. They'd hang the inscribed bones above doorways, convinced that frost giants would glance at the symbols and flee in terror. Whether the trolls obeyed or colonists merely felt safer, no one really knows. Historians still argue whether such runebone magic ever saw widespread practice, or remained tavern talk. You trudge onward toward the church ruin, its single nave roofless, the altar stones tipped and cracked. Inside, shards of stained glass glint among broken pews, the colors muted by frost and time. You imagine the flicker of candlelight during Mass. The priests, chanting in Latin as convicts of isolation, gathered for brief comfort. Now it's silent, save for the crying of seabirds diving onto fish-brown sea. You probably won't survive a decade in this spiritual void. Yet your curiosity drives you deeper into the gloom. Beyond the church, the village green has surrendered to moss and heath. Only 2 turf-built houses show signs of life. Faint smoke curls from chimneys, drawing you closer. You approach one and hear low murmurs, voices reciting prayers in Old Norse, half forgotten. Peering through a smoked window, you glimpse a family huddled around a single candle, plates of seal meat before them. The children's cheeks glow red from the hearth's heat, but their bodies are lined with hunger. You knock, and a young woman opens the door, her eyes wary but polite. She offers you a bowl of broth, made from driftwood smoked bones and dried kelp. The aroma is earthy and fishy, like a shoreline compressed into liquid form. You lift the bowl, the steam curling around your face like a ghostly hug, and take a sip. The warmth spreads, but it's thin, more memory than nourishment. You politely remark that it's not bad for Antarctic diet. A joke so dry it nearly cracks the edge of the bowl. She smiles softly and tells you that last week a supply ship failed to arrive, its hull trapped in pack ice beyond the fjord mouth. No word has come from crew or cargo. No grain, no iron nails, no salted fish. They've rationed turnips and wild herbs to stretch the stores through another winter. A mainstream historical fact. Archaeological surveys show that by the early 14th century, melted ice cores and pollen samples reveal increased erosion around Norse farms, indicating overgrazing and soil loss that compounded climate stresses. Historians still argue whether poor land management or environmental change dealt the final blow to the Greenland colonies. You pass a toddler clinging to her mother's skirts, both bundled in patched sealskin trousers and woolen caps. You remember how once every newborn's first wool cap was a point of pride. Now you wonder if they'll see enough summers to outgrow them. The mother hands you a small carved rune tag, her son's birth talisman, and asks you to deliver it to the priest for blessing. You cradle the tiny wooden charm like a fragile promise, vowing to help however you can. Exiting the house, you skirt around collapsed barns where tools lie half buried in kelp and peat. You hear the distant clang of a hammer in a makeshift workshop by the fjord's edge, where a few survivors hammer together sealskin boots and bone needles for trading with Inuit hunters to the west. Their leader, a grizzled man named Einar, admits he never imagined negotiating fur pants at trade fairs instead of raiding Irish monasteries. A fringe reflection surfaces. Rumor says that one Norse smith tried smelting local iron ore from black sand beaches, hoping to bypass dependence on imported nails. The result was brittle iron that snapped under the hammer and exploded in a cloud of sparks, leaving behind a pile of slag so toxic that several apprentices lost their noses to sulfur fumes. Whether that tale is fact or folly, it serves as a grim joke about the perils of DIY metallurgy in the Arctic. You follow the hammering and find Einar shaping a broken shackle into a fishhook, recycling captivity into sustenance. He grins when you comment on his ingenuity, then wipes sweat on his arm, revealing tattoos of dragons and crosses. Faith and fear, he says. We need both to last here. You nod, tasting the irony, conviction that God cares, fear that cold will kill you first. The sky darkens as late afternoon fog drifts in, softening the sharp edges of icebergs and houses alike. You trudge back toward the main settlement, past empty animal pens where hardy Icelandic sheep once provided milk, but are now gone, eaten, or departed to fight wolves that prowl too close. The silence here is broken only by the creak of drifting ice against rocky shore. You pause by a communal well, a deep stone cistern carved into bedrock, where the last clear water is drawn each morning. The rope is frayed, the bucket patched with sealskin. You lower the bucket, its wooden sides squeaking, and haul up a small amount of lavender-tinged water. It tastes faintly of moss and lichen. You dip a cloth and wash your face. The cold burn a reminder of how alive you still feel until you spot the water level barely reaching your wrist. Turning away, you recall the last feast day, when colonists slaughtered a stranded reindeer to celebrate midsummer. The meat lasted 3 days. By the end, the liver had a tang of ammonia so strong that half the feastgoers spent the night hugging chamber pots. You probably won't cook reindeer anytime soon, but the memory both horrifies and amuses, a dark joke to ward off despair. The settlement's small church bell tolls once, its single knell reverberating across frozen fields. You head inside to find the priest, Father Magnus, chanting psalms to stave off gloom. He's an Icelandic transplant, wrapped in furs too thin for this island's winters. You kneel, and he sprinkles you with blessed water. For hope, he murmurs. You close your eyes and imagine distant fields of barley, then open them to the dim candlelight and peeling paint. Outside, you see the silhouette of a lone figure on a distant mound, an Inuit hunter, watching the settlement, perhaps pondering whether these pale-faced farmers make better trade partners than foes. You wonder, how long before Inuit trade goods, ivory, furs, musk, ox hides, become more valuable than any walrus tusk you can carve? A mainstream historical fact by the mid-14th century, records note Inuit goods appearing regularly in Norse middens, signaling growing reliance on indigenous partnerships. Historians still argue whether cultural exchange could have saved the colony, or if deeper structural issues doomed them regardless. A frigid gust sweeps through, carrying particles of snow that sting your cheeks. You pull your hood down and trudge toward the shore, the only path leading to a half-scuttled nar that once sailed south every summer. Its hull is peppered with holes patched by driftwood planks and rawhide. You test the deck. It creaks but holds. This ship will attempt the voyage next season, assuming it sails at all. You pause at the prow, tracing your fingers along its carved dragon head, faded, its jaws broken off by storm-thrown debris. You remember how once this prow cleaved waves with thunderous grace. Now it will creak and groan under the weight of frost. You press a rune talisman into the wood, a final ward, and whisper, "Carry our hopes." Then you step off the nar and trudge inland to join the others, their silhouettes flickering through the fog like ghost kin. They gather around a hastily built longhouse where the harvest festival fire will soon blaze, a tiny beacon of warmth against the gathering night. You join the circle, each face lit by an orange glow, and raise your voice in the ancient hymn of feast and famine, of sea and ice. The wind moans through the opening, but inside there is laughter, quiet, brittle, yet determined. You catch a child's eye and nod encouragement. This place may be grim, but it persists. You take a horn cup of winter beer, flavored with burnt juniper, and toast to fickle fortune. 3 jokes drift between verses about singing sagas to scare away polar bears, about knitting mittens under the midnight sun, about trading runaway goats for extra mead. Outside, snow begins to settle, each flake a crystal testament to the world's indifference. Within, the fire crackles and the hymn swells, a fragile bulwark against the cold. You lean back against the sod wall, feeling its rough warmth through your cloak, and listen to the hum of voices blending with the wind's keening. You probably won't survive to see tomorrow's dawn without frost-bitten toes. But tonight, this circle of voices and firelight makes you believe you might. Historians still argue whether the Norse Greenlanders could have adapted agricultural practices or if their fate was sealed by isolation and environmental change. You feel it in each breath, a mix of resolve and exhaustion, and realize that even at the world's edge, human stubbornness flickers brighter than any winter gale. You trudge along a sunken cart track toward your village, each footfall squelching in the churned mud where spring rains have drowned last year's barley stubble. A bitter wind snakes through the half-lit morning, carrying the sour tang of spoiled grain and the hollow echo of distant coughing. It's late 11th century Scandinavia, and you've returned from a trading expedition only to find your homeland shaken by disease and famine. You pull your cloak tighter, the wool damp with mist, and wonder how you'll feed your kin or keep the fever at bay when even the larder's mice have fled in search of greener stores. Inside your longhouse, the few boards left lean at odd angles, and every plank seems to groan under the weight of sorrow. You lift a rotted cartwheel seat by the hearth and find beneath it a half-bushel of damp oats, glistening with mold like a forest floor after rain. You scrape them into a sack to share with neighbors, because nothing says community like a spoonful of soggy moss. Then press your cheek against the rough-hewn beam, listening to the distant drip of condensation. The drip, drip, drip echoes like a slow metronome, marking time until the next family's door falls silent. A mainstream historical fact chronicles from Trondheim note a measles outbreak in 1103 CE that swept through rural parishes with mortalities as high as 30% among unexposed children. Historians still argue whether these epidemics arrived via returning pilgrims or along merchant routes from England, but the result was the same: empty cradles and fewer voices singing in the mead halls. You trudge next door, where the local healer, an elderly woman named Ragna, stirs a cauldron of bluish broth thick with seaweed and crushed nettles. She beckons you forward, voice raspy. "Take this," she says, handing you a wooden bowl. Steam curls upward, carrying a bracing scent of salt and bitter herbs that reminds you of funerary pyres rather than feasting tables. You lift the bowl to your lips, bracing for the worst. It tastes of boiled oak bark and regret, so bad that you joke aloud, "If this cures plague, it'll poison a warband first." Ragna chuckles, but her eyes betray exhaustion. A fringe tidbit drifts through local whispers. Some clans claim that adding powdered bear gall to the soup enhances its potency. Bloodthirsty boars once slaughtered, so their bile might grant immunity. Critics scoff that nobody survived the gall recipe long enough to verify the claim, but the rumor persists in hushed thanks before each spoonful. Historians still argue whether any Viking-age medical practice actually slowed epidemics or simply gave the desperate something to believe in. You leave Ragna's cottage and pass the granary, its doors barred against starving neighbors seeking a handful of barley to grind into thin porridge. Inside, a few bushels remain, but the rats have feasted on most, leaving only husks and bones. You smell the sour stench of rat droppings mingled with the sweetness of infested grain. A smell so potent it could stop your heart, or at least convince you to forgo breakfast forever. Childlike laughter once echoed in these fields, now only the croak of ravens mocks your empty hands. You remember a midsummer feast, where barley wine flowed freely and the sun refused to set. Today your midsummer consists of rationed skim milk and a stale biscuit that tastes like a soggy prayer. You crack a weak smile. "A biscuit a day keeps the apothecary away," you mutter, though you wouldn't wish such medicine on your worst foe. A mainstream historical fact records from Bergen's site that repeated crop failures in 1122 and 1138 were linked to volcanic eruptions in Iceland, which cloaked the North Atlantic in ash, shortening growing seasons and triggering widespread famine. Historians still argue whether those events primarily drove the demographic decline or if soil exhaustion from over-farming played an equal role. You climb the slope toward the churchyard, where gravestones lean like tired sentries, guarding the unquiet dead. Many markers bear no names, just blank stones for nameless mothers and babes claimed by hunger. You kneel beside a shallow grave and run your fingers along the sod. The earth gives softly, as if relieved to cradle a weary traveler. You press a small sprig of thyme, a meager offering, then rise and brush the damp soil from your tunic. Inside the church, austere banners hang lifeless from wooden rafters, their colors faded to near transparency. The priest, Father Björn, reads from a tattered psalter, his voice low and faltering. You slip into a pew and glance at your kin clustered behind you, gaunt faces, hollow eyes, and trembling hands clutching tattered cloaks. Each cough, a weary rasp, pierces the hush, a reminder that the next pew might hold your neighbor or your child. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Legend says some defenders of the faith smeared graveyard dust on their doorposts to ward off plague spirits, believing that the souls of the dead would protect the living. It said one parish painted every threshold with bone ash and curses, only to find the plague spared them, but took their sheep instead. Proof, skeptics say, that even divine dust can't outwit famine. You slip out into the late afternoon chill and follow a narrow path to the Lord's Hall, where worried Essenes debate opening the storehouse to refugees. You find Jarl Ketil pacing beneath a carved runestone repurposed as a bench. He stops when he sees you. We've sent word to distant kin for aid, he says, but the roads are closed by mud and rot. None can come until autumn. You glance skyward. Heavy clouds press against the horizon, promising more rain. The fields you passed, once golden with grain, lie in soggy furrows, each puddle a reflection of a distant past. You recall swift raiding summers when the meadows shimmered green. Now every meadow is a quagmire of missed opportunities. A mainstream historical fact. Monastery annals describe a wave of dysentery in 1145 that followed poor harvests, as contaminated water and malnutrition weakened resistance. Historians still argue whether dysentery or measles posed a greater threat to rural communities, given the lack of reliable records and the overlapping symptoms of medieval illnesses. You trudge back to your longhouse as dusk settles, carrying a bundle of peat to stoke the hearth. Inside, the fire sputters, struggling against the damp that seeps through the roof. You stack the peat and strike flint. Once sparks flew bright, now they sputter into ash as if gasping for survival. You feed the fire, coaxing weak flame to life, its orange glow trembling like a living thing. Your spouse sits at the table, nursing a child whose tiny cough echoes through the hall. You kneel beside them and wrap a spare blanket around the child's shoulders, the wool scratchy but warm. You press the child's head against your chest, feeling the rapid thump of a feverish heart. A joke tries to claw its way out. You've been teething on plague again, haven't you? But you choke it back, knowing humor will follow hope if you let it. Night deepens and you fetch a bowl of thin gruel, sprinkled with wild berries that won't kill you, probably. You spoon it toward the child's mouth. They grimace, gag, then swallow. You praise each swallow as if it were a feast of venison. A single spoonful means tomorrow's dawn might bring a smile instead of a moan. Outside, the wind rattles the shutters, and you imagine it as the moan of the land itself, meditating on loss, whispering of survival. You rise and step outside, boots sinking in soaked earth. You look skyward, expecting stars, but the clouds blur the heavens into a wash of gray. You breathe deep, tasting the bitterness of ash and rain. A fringe reflection drifts through your thoughts. In one desperate hamlet, survivors forced livestock into community pits, boiling bones for broth and burning joints for grease. They say the fetid stew sustained them through the dead of winter. Oral evidence, no written record. Historians still argue whether such communal desperation ever reached the extremes of cannibalism or remained dark rumor. You trudge back inside, heart heavy, and kneel beside the hearth. You run a hand along the carved beam overhead, each knot in the wood, a memory of better seasons when children's laughter rang through the hall. Now the hall hosts hushed prayers and sputtering coughs. You close your eyes and offer a silent vow to gather seed from wherever you can, to barter for roots and dried beans, to nurse the sick until their fever breaks, or until you become the sick. You lay the child in their cradle of furs, cocooned in blankets layered thick enough to ward off frost, but still not enough to drive out disease. You linger at the hearth, watching embers glow like dying suns, and whisper a prayer for a kinder dawn. The fire crackles, a small applause, and you take it as encouragement. Outside, the high wind whistles through the thatched roof, carrying echoes of ravens' cries and lapping waves. You press your face to the window's small diamond pane, tracing the fog glass with a finger. You see only your breath and the dim reflection of your own eyes, wide and determined. Tomorrow you will rise before dawn again, haul the youngest to Ragna's cottage, search for medicinal herbs beneath sodden hedgerows, and tend to the fire until sparks crackle bright. You will track the spread of illness among neighbors, offer barley for labor, and barter skins for garlic to stave off plague's worst. You will speak gentle words to those too weak to speak, share stories of summer's return, and weave hope like a tapestry, even if the tapestry tears at the edges. Historians still argue whether medieval Norwegian communities overcame these crises through communal adaptation or simply drifted into decline, lost to time's colder currents. You, however, know that each dawn you survive, each cough you quell, and each spoonful of gritty gruel you coax into weak bodies is an act of defiance against the dark. You cup your hands around the last embers, savoring their warmth, and whisper, "Stay with me," until the flame flickers steady. Then you return to the cradle and settle onto the hearth bench, closing your eyes as the wind and whisper of rain lull you toward uneasy sleep. You trudge up the muddy lane toward the stone church, the air thick with the scent of damp wool and mossy earth. Dawn light filters through narrow lancet windows, turning motes of dust into drifting gold. You push open the heavy oak door, its iron hinges creaking like an old war horn. Only this summons you not to battle but to bow and pay. Inside, the chill of flagstone floors seeps through your boots, and you wrap your cloak tighter around your shoulders, bracing for the weight of your obligation. The nave is hushed, lit by the wavering glow of beeswax candles. Wooden pews, once reserved for the wealthiest farmers, now sag beneath the memory of grander days. You slip onto a bench, carved with a faded dragon motif. Your old warship's figurehead, repurposed here as a church bench, seems ironically fitting. Ahead, the priest stands by a table piled high with wooden crates and woven baskets overflowing with grain, cheese, and wool. You swallow hard as you step forward, noticing how the soft click of the priest's coffer echoes louder than any shield ring. Your tithe, feuds, Spistinane's voice, steady as an abbot's. You set down a rough-hewn basket containing 1/10 of your meager barley, 2 of your healthiest ewes, and half a barrel of salted fish. The priest's fingers move with quiet precision, removing your offerings and stacking them with the others. You probably didn't expect to donate half your larder today, but at least they didn't invoice you for the confession fee yet. A light joke tries to surface. Do you take silver if we promise to go easy on the flock next spring? But you tuck it away. A mainstream historical fact: by the 12th century, the church tithe in Scandinavia was firmly set at 1/10 of a household's produce or livestock, and ecclesiastical estates came to comprise up to 1/3 of arable land in some regions. Historians still argue whether these tithes stabilized rural economies by funding local relief, or simply siphoned critical resources from already struggling families. You turn to leave, but the priest beckons you back. "And your Easter duty," he says, handing you a small slip of parchment sealed with wax. It lists a supplemental levy, 1 pint of mead per family member, and a share of your wool for new vestments. You blink at the line item detail. Mead tithe, 2 jugs. Wool tithe, 1 fleece. You wonder if they'll start charging interest on your salvation next. A second light joke bubbles. "Perhaps I should confess to oversleeping on Sundays too," but you swallow it along with the knot in your stomach. Outside, the dawn mist has lifted, revealing a small throng gathered by the lichgate. Your neighbors clutch baskets of turnips and cheese, each awaiting their turn at the tithe table. You catch the eye of old Gunner, once a fierce war chief, now reduced to handing over 1/10 of his goats. He gives you a wry nod, his grin edged with bitterness. "They drain us dry, don't they?" he whispers. You only nod. There is no profit in agreement, only shared exhaustion. You trudge back toward your longhouse, the weight of wool and grain heavier than any sword. Behind you, the church doors swing shut, sealing away the offerings you once would have fought to seize. Instead, you've surrendered 1/10 of your year's hard-earned yield, tithes that will feed monks, build cloisters, and expand the bishop's holdings. A fringe tidbit slips through your thoughts. Rumor says in one parish, the bishop demanded a tithe on bees, forcing villagers to hide skep hives in bogs, lest they be confiscated. Whether they truly taxed pollen, or if this is tavern gossip, historians still argue whether such extreme impositions ever became common, or remained isolated tales of clerical overreach. You reach your field gate and pause, sliding a hand along the weathered wood. The barley you planted this spring stands head high now, but soon you'll reap. And again, you'll owe the church its 1/10. You recall your younger self, sprinting through these very stalks to join raiding parties at dawn. Then, each raid promised silver, not a subscription to spiritual upkeep. Now the horizon feels narrower, hemmed in by clerical needs rather than foreign defenses. By midday, you've delivered your tithes and visited the almshouse, where poor villagers receive a crust of bread in exchange for prayers. You watch as ragged children shuffle forward, palms outstretched, and you feel a hollow ache, pride in your faith, mingled with guilt over what you've surrendered. The church's generosity in disaster relief is real enough, but you wonder if the cure is worse than the sickness. Trading 10% of your survival for the promise of divine favor. You leave the almshouse and find the parish clerk counting marks in a ledger as carefully as any scribe across the sea. He glances up, quill poised, and you catch the fine satisfaction in his eyes, each tally a testament to his usefulness. He counts your name and your tithe, then adds a note. Rent for church land, 2 bushels. You feel that added tax like a thorn. Once you counted land, conquered by axe and shield. Now each parcel you hold is rented from ecclesiastical lords. A soft breeze stirs the churchyard yews. As you pass by a field marked by a low stone wall, once family pasture, now leased to the church, you peer through the iron railing at monks harvesting the rest of your pasture's hay. You taste salt on your lips and realize it's tears. Yet there's a strange comfort in knowing you're not alone. Every freeholder here pays the same dues, each confronting the same double bind of faith and finance. As the sun dips westward, you prepare for Vespers, another opportunity to pay in time if not in pewter. You settle into your bench in the nave, the candlelight soft against your eyelids. The choir's chant rises in gentle waves, a lullaby that soothes even as your mind churns over the coming harvest. You listen to the Latin rising and falling, each syllable a reminder that much of this system was imported from distant lands, built by mouths who never felt the hunger of your hearth. You slide your fingers along the bench's carved armrest, tracing a worn symbol of a fish, an early sign that peas and fish were once acceptable tithes. Now you owe barley, sheep, mead, and more. You wonder what will be next. A tithe on laughter, on footsteps taken across the threshing floor, on blessings whispered in the dark. A third light joke flits through your mind. Do they charge a spiritual surcharge for telling heresy jokes? But you let it drift away like smoke from the altar. After Vespers, the priest dismisses you with a soft, "Go in peace." You step outside into the twilight chill, the church's warmth receding behind you. In the gathering dark, you see a figure at the gate, the church reeve, tally stick in hand, counting your steps home to ensure you didn't sneak any extra bushels into your cart. You straighten your shoulders. This is the new order, and trudge back across the field, each step echoing with the knowledge that your community's shields have been replaced by shepherds' crooks. You reach your longhouse and unload what remains of your tithe basket, dividing out the smaller share that the reeve didn't claim. You share it with your family, the lean stew tasting of barley and resignation. You think of the war bands you once led, the battles where spoils fed many, and you wonder if those days seem simpler, or if you only miss the illusion of freedom. Night falls, and you light a single candle on your table, an echo of the church's flicker. You open your satchel of church decrees and reread the latest mandate. All farmers must pay Easter and Michaelmas tithes, and a special levy for the new bishop's palace. You sigh and lay the parchment aside, marveling that each decree arrives with the subtlety of a forging hammer, quiet, unyielding, inevitable. You settle by the fire, the embers flickering like the ghost of your former raids. You wrap your cloak tighter and whisper to the darkness. One day the plow will break the ledger's back. Perhaps it is wishful thinking, an anarchist daydream. But as the church bells toll midnight, you close your eyes and vow to sow not only seeds in the field, but seeds of dissent in whispered tavern talk, that faith need not be prophet, that the community might one day reclaim its patrimony. You probably won't overturn the bishop's coffers before dawn, but tonight you cling to hope like a prayer. The last candle gutters, its flame dancing in the still air, and you drift toward sleep with the echo of psalms and the promise of another dawn, one step closer to a harvest free of ecclesiastical claim. You push your longship off the pebbled beach before dawn, the oar's blade slipping into cold water that tastes of mystery and menace. A low fog curls along the fjord's surface, cloaking rocky reefs in a ghostly hush. You grip the oar shaft so tightly your knuckles blanch. Spoiler alert, you probably won't fancy drinking seawater as substitute for ink in your maps. But here you are, venturing into open waters where neither walls nor watchmen can shield you. The sea's mood shifts beneath you. The first lapping waves are a lullaby, the second a gentle admonition, the third a whisper of what's to come. You taste salt on your lips, feel the rhythmic creak of oaken ribs beneath your palms, and recall how once you navigated by sheep bells on distant hills. Now, horizons blur beneath roiling clouds, and the sun, your old compass, is swallowed by slate-gray skies. A mainstream historical fact. Climate reconstructions from North Atlantic ice cores indicate a marked increase in storm frequency and intensity between 1070 and 1150 CE, causing maritime losses to spike as sailors encountered gales unprecedented in living memory. Historians still argue whether these storms were cyclical extremes or signals of a longer-term shift into the Little Ice Age that reshaped seafaring traditions. You strain against the swell as it lifts your vessel like a cradle, then drops you into troughs that hide jagged rocks just beneath the surface. You lean over the rail, heart in your throat, scanning the gloom for breakers. But the gray water blends seamlessly into the gray sky, and you wish for cartographers who charted more than the shapes of fjords. Instead, you carry crude sketch maps scrawled on parchment, lines curling like restless snakes, each fold a trap for water and confusion. A fringed tidbit flickers through your mind. Some sailors swore by sunstones, crystalline shards of calcite, that when held aloft split light into rainbow halos, guiding them toward hidden shores even under a moonless sky. Critics sneer that sunstones were nothing more than maritime lore, but you've seen a captain swear to have found land through cloud-piercing prisms. Whether those sunstones truly harnessed skylight or simply served as excuses for lost geographers, no saga confirms. The wind freshens, whipping spray across your face. You wipe brine from your eyes and squint toward a ghostly silhouette, a sheer cliff rising from the waves, its base hidden by foam. You grip the oar, now slick with salt, and order your crew to row deeper offshore, where reefs cannot clutch at your hull. Each stroke feels heavier as the wind shifts, tugging your cloak like a snagged sail, reminding you that storms welcome no unprepared soul. You remember Section 10's shipyards, and the talk of iron bracings on hulls. Now you feel how those plates rattle under stress, each rivet a groan of protest. You steady the prow, calling out landmarks you half recognize from skaldic verses. When the cliff's white rib rises, steer 2 cables eastward. But the verses are ambiguous, written for calm seas under summer suns, not squalls that toss you like driftwood. Your fingers tense on the oarlock, and you crack a joke to break the tension. If only I'd traded these oars for paddles carved from unicorn horns, we'd fly over waves instead of sinking beneath them. Your crew snorts, half laughing, half coughing, as the mist chills their lungs. Humor is a precious sail here, but it ducks beneath gusts like a coward seeking shelter. Ahead, a sudden swell swells into a wall of water. You brace yourself, heart hammering, and shout for every hand to haul on the sheets. The sail snaps taut, then tears with a furious rip. Your emergency patch flutters uselessly. Now you have no wing to catch the wind, only raw timber to batter through the chop. Waves crash over the bow, sending columns of spray that soak you to the skin and threaten to flood the bilge. You order bailers into the water, their buckets chiseling at the rising tide inside your ship, as if trying to empty a well with a thimble. You lean into the crash of waves, each impact a reminder of your mortality. Rows for life, you bellow, voice swallowed by the gale. This isn't a pleasant puddle party. Another quip, bitterly cheery, slides off your tongue as water churns around your ankles. You recall maps you once saw in ruin, cartouches decorated with sea monsters and the words, "Here be dragons." How fitting, these waters feel draconic as they coil around your keel, each wave a claw seeking to shred your timbers. You hug the rail, tasting seawater, where once you would have savored mead. The longship's design helps shed water fast, but no clinker boat can outrun a storm this savage. A mainstream historical fact, The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle for 1109 reports a series of autumn storms that wrecked over 80 Norse vessels around the Orkney Islands, claiming hundreds of lives and scattering crews across rival shores. Historians still argue whether navigators underestimated seasonal weather patterns or if rudimentary forecasting, using oak gall ink and cloud observations, was simply too primitive for these abrupt gales. Lightning flashes on the horizon, its electric flash revealing pinnacles of white foam cresting the sea. You feel the hair on your arms prickle, no longer from cold, but from the storm's electric charge. You wonder if iron bracings might attract lightning like a rod to a magnet. You duck beneath the rail, oar in hand, and curse every blacksmith who bolted metal to wood. The sky opens, dumping rain that stings like hundreds of tiny needles. You shout to your crew, "Hold fast. Let's make this a Viking wet t-shirt contest if we must." But no man swims for dry land today. The joke cracks through the roar, eliciting a ragged cheer. Laughter borrowed you from panic for a heartbeat. Then the storm reclaims you. Water sloshes against your chest as seas overwhelm the thwart. You taste the bitter edge of survival. You've ridden out raids against stone forts, crossed frozen fjords, and negotiated blood feuds. But here, the sea demands allegiance in waves. You pitch forward as a rogue breaker crashes onto the deck, and you roll beneath the thwart, heart racing, livid with relief when the weight lifts. Between gulps of salty air, you catch sight of your mast's broken topmast drifting free, a stark beacon of disrepair. Without it, you lack both sail and signal. Night gathers in the crashing swirl. Even the gulls have fled. You're left with the oars and the will to keep striking against the sea's breast. A fringe tidbit drifts through your half-drowned mind. Some coastal clans believe that tying a rune-inscribed goat's bone to the rudder would calm the waves, an ancient superstition that goat spirits would placate storm gods. Whether goats ever sailed with you or the rune did more than waver in sea spray, you can't recall. Someone probably stole the bone for better barter. You row on through the deluge, each stroke a testament to defiance. Your crew sips faces are ghosts lit by lightning flashes, cheeks hollow, birds plastered with spray, eyes burning with stubborn resolve. You shout encouragements. Think of the dry cloak awaiting you, of the warm hearth, and the unattended porridge. 3 jokes more slip between crackling thunder, but they come out as coughs. After what feels like an age, the storm's fury wanes. The sea, still angry, calms to a rolling simmer. You gather what remains of your sail, lash it to the mast, and set a course by dead reckoning, calculating your position by distance rowed and the drift you felt beneath the keel. You scan the horizon through dripping hair and wonder if maps will ever keep pace with a changing climate. A mainstream historical fact. Navigators often relied on coastal landmarks and the position of the midday sun to fix their bearings, but fog banks and overcast skies rendered these methods useless up to a third of the year. Historians still argue whether innovations like sounding poles and water clock watches, rare and fragile, could have offered reliable alternatives, or if oral wayfinding remained the safest guide. You press a hand to your chest, where the rune charm your spouse tucked beneath your tunic pulses cold against your skin. You vowed to return by harvest. Now you vow to return at all. The longship's keel creaks as you settle into a rhythm of cautious strokes, drifting toward sheltered waters you hope you remember. As evening settles, you spy a low promontory against a bruised sky, likely the cliff you sought before the storm. Relief and dread mingle, relief that you've survived, dread of rocky shoals hidden by dusk. You steer closer, then call for carrying poles to check depth, a tactic you despised on swift raids, but now rely on for life. The water shallows to a pocket of calm, and you beach the longship on a narrow spit of sand. You step onto the lee shore, knees shaking, and wrap your cloak around you. The wreckage of mast and sail lies scattered, but the hull remains sound. You've cheated Poseidon this time. You squat by the water's edge, scooping brackish water into your mouth, and spitting it out. It tastes more alive than the storm's fury. You recall Section 16's disease and famine, Section 17's tithe burdens, and realize navigation perils have become another tax on your spirit. Yet here you stand, dripping and shaken, still ready to bend to no master but the tide. A weak smile flits across your lips. Well, if I wanted a sauna, I'd have stayed by the church tithing table. You crack your last joke into the hushed aftermath, and your crew allows themselves a groan of humor. Night deepens into a velvet hush, broken only by the distant roar of waves against hidden rocks. You pile driftwood into a small ring, strike flint sparks that catch on dry kindling, and soon a fire flickers, tiny defiance against the sea's vast appetite. You huddle close, warmth seeping into your frozen bones, and let the crackle become a lullaby. You lean back and close your eyes, the smoke carrying scents of pine and salt. You imagine maps redrawn to chart storms instead of shorelines, legends warning of brackish gulps and sunstone illusions. Historians still argue whether medieval navies could have built lighthouses or deployed buoy markers to mitigate wrecks. But tonight you feel the truth in each charred ember. Human ingenuity battles nature in half-lit skirmishes, and no ledger can tally every loss. You pull your cloak tighter, tasting ember-tinged air, and drift toward uneasy sleep at the water's edge, cradled not by land nor walls, but by the memory of waves that both threatened and revealed the raw edge of your world. You sit beside the crackling embers on that wine-swept spit, the charred driftwood's warmth seeping into your bones as the aftertaste of salt and smoke clings to your senses. Your oarsmen huddle close, shaking out sodden cloaks and murmuring soft prayers or perhaps half-forgotten verses. It's dawn again, though the pale light feels colder than before. You rise, brushing ash from your cloak, and turn inland toward a world where stories once roared like breakers now whisper beneath heavy church bells. You trudge across the knoll, each footfall stirring frost-damp grass. On the wind you catch the distant toll of a bell, low, steady, and insistent, calling you not to feast or war council, but to prayer. That sound once would have sent your heart pounding with the thrill of a raiding horn. Now it edges your chest with a quiet ache. You probably won't make the next raid if you linger here, but the pull of these iron tongues is stronger than any draw of silver or steel. By mid-morning you arrive at a small parish, nestled in a sheltered hollow. Its wooden church, newly rebuilt in stone, casts long shadows across neat rows of gravestones. Moss blankets each marker, as if nature itself seeks to erase this place from memory. Yet the church doors stand tall and unyielding, a testament to the faith that has taken root, and perhaps choked out the old recital stones and harp strings. Inside, the scent of melted tallow and damp wool swirls through narrow, arched halls. You run your hand along a carved pew, noting that its dragon motif has been wedged out, replaced by crosses and saints. The silence is thick, so different from the booming acoustics of mead halls where skalds once declaimed epic sagas to the slap of shields and the din of tankards. You settle into a side bench, boots thumping softly, and listen to the quiet that feels almost reverent. A mainstream historical fact by the late 12th century, the church in Scandinavia had established dozens of scriptoria in cathedral schools, where monks copied texts in Latin, often at the expense of preserving vernacular sagas and skaldic poetry. Despite their literary skill, these scribes favored theological treatises and canonical law over paeans to Odin and tales of sea king exploits. Historians still argue whether clerical priorities deliberately suppressed oral traditions or whether practical considerations, like parchment scarcity and Latin literacy, simply sidelined them. A fringe tidbit drifts through your mind. Rumor has it that one legendary skald, fearing the loss of his verses, tattooed entire sagas along his arms in runic script, then hid himself among novice monks to recite them in secret before dying on a pilgrimage. Critics scoff that human skin makes a poor manuscript and that ink fades in sweat and time. But the tale persists in hushed tavern corners. Whether those tattoos held a single coherent stanza or merely runes that looked poetic, no monk's ledger confirms. You leave the pew and slip into a narrow aisle where a novice monk offers you a page of prayers in Old Norse. The letters look awkward, as if the scribe forced them into Latin margins. You run your finger along a line of text, each character dense with meaning you barely grasp. The words feel heavy, too heavy to carry on a breath or into a song. You recall the nimble runic charms that once fit an entire stanza on a single amulet. Now entire codices could vanish before these halls know they existed. Outside you find a small courtyard, where a handful of elderly villagers gather beneath an ash tree. They trade gossip about missing skalds and broken lutes now discarded in longhouses. You approach, and one woman, her hands calloused from weaving, lowers her voice to whisper. They took Yrsa Sip's harp last moon, said it had runes of sedition. She tried to play it at the thing and nearly brought down the Bishop Sip's pulpit. You tilt your head. Sedition carved in stringed notes. It sounds absurd, yet the hush confirms its truth. You recall Section 16's coughs and fevers, Section 17's hunger, Section 18's storms, and realize that survival itself has demanded new songs, prayers for mercy, psalms for relief, hymns for harvest. Skaldic meter, once the heartbeat of your culture, now echoes faintly in memory's dim corridors. You give the woman a gentle nod and depart, her lowered gaze following your cloak's sway. You wander toward the old thing mound on the hill, now repurposed as a monastic garden where monks tend rows of medicinal herbs rather than acres of open-air justice. Stone walls hem in chamomile, wormwood, and tansy, plants meant to cure ailments, but also to keep curious commoners out of forbidden grounds. You peer through iron grills and catch sight of a friar snipping leaves with careful scissors, all while humming a Latin chant that sounds oddly like the old battle runes you once knew. A light joke flits through your mind. Who knew plant tending would become the new sport of kings? You stifle a grin, aware that even in jest there's truth. The once warlike thing has surrendered to quiet gardening gloves. You climb the sod ramp to stand atop the old mound's crest. Found below, closer now, the stone church's spire juts into gray sky, a sharp reminder of this cultural pivot. You close your eyes and imagine the roar of free speech, the clash of law claims, the raw clarity of voices raised in communal sanction. Now you hear only the low wind through tufts of grass, and the soft rustle of bird wings. Descending, you recall the whispers of hidden gatherings, fringed tales of secret sagas, whispered in caves lit by rune-inscribed lanterns. Some still argue that clandestine skald halls persisted for decades after official conversion, preserving epic narratives in whispers behind locked doors. Historians still argue whether such underground poetry circles numbered more than a few romantics, or if they formed a robust counterculture defying clerical norms. Your path leads you past a peat hut, where an old storyteller, Eriker the Mumbler, sits before a small fire. His back is bent, his eyes milky with cataracts, but his mouth moves in silent recitation. You pause at the threshold and listen for a single phrase, perhaps the opening line of asterisk. The words come, jagged and halting, lost on the wind if you blink. You lean in, only to find the next line replaced by a prayer to Saint Olaf. Even the old mumbler, touchstone of oral memory, surrenders his saga to verse of new gods. You leave Eirikursin's hearth with a hollow ache. In your sack, you carry a whistle carved from bone, once used to summon skalds to court. Today, it serves only to call dogs or rouse sleepers. You lift it to your lips out of habit, blow a soft note, and catch yourself before you memorize the tune. Instead, the whistle's wail merges with church bells, as if both worlds compete for your ear. You press onward to the hall of the local jarl, where a council of elders now debates church dues and slate roofing, rather than fleet tactics. You slip inside and see tablets laid out on a long oak table, measuring codes, debt records, and a single leaf of vellum with runic characters. No more than a dozen lines. You trace the grooves with a fingertip, tasting the dusty ink like wind-blown ash. This fragment feels precious, yet fragile enough to vanish if mishandled. A light joke stirs. Better hide it in a monk sep's pocket, let him copy it 10 times and maybe its cest'll outlive us all. You don't voice it. This place doesn't reward skaldic sarcasm. Among the elders sits a scribe recently returned from a Frankish monastery. He spreads out a fine parchment, bearing a Latinized translation of a Norse saga, stripped of blood and replaced with moral lessons. You pick at a corner where sword has become instrument of divine justice. You wonder whether your ancestors would recognize this tame tale, or if the saga's fire has been doused beneath ecclesiastical ash. You fold the parchment, tuck it into your pouch, and step away. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling shutters and scattering stray runestones like forgotten notes. You pause at a leaning slab, carved with runes you can no longer read, missing the day when each meaning came unbidden. Now the stones lie silent, tombstones for stories that never made it to script. You follow a narrow path past a ruined mead hall, its roof collapsed, hearth cold. Only its foundations remain, a circle of stones that once held benches, echoing with verse. You close your eyes and swear you can hear phantom voices, crisp alliteration, echoes of heroic deeds, the crackle of armor and rhythm. But when you open your eyes, you see only reedy grass and moss. The hall's bones stand mute. You trudge onward until you find a small chapel where sailors now pray for safe passage, an iron prow mounted above the altar as token of sea devotion. A cluster of votive runes, scrawled in charcoal on the walls, suggests someone tried to blend beliefs. Give me safe oars, Odin and Christ. You pause before them, placing your palm over both crosses and knotwork, as though bridging worlds with skin. You probably won't survive this change by reciting the past alone, but you vow to keep one story alive. You step outside into the gentle drizzle and raise your voice, low but clear. Remember when the longships sang. The words crackle on the air, drawing a few curious eyes. A child playing in the rain pauses, looks at you, then runs to imitate the phrase. You repeat it, slowly, savoring each syllable, as you taught yourself as a boy. She echoes your voice, stumbling through the sounds, then giggles and dashes away. You smile, heart lighter. Perhaps oral tradition still breathes beneath new tongues. Stories survive in giggles as much as in grand recitations. You pocket your bone whistle, more hopeful than before. Dusk falls, and you find a sheltered glen by a quiet stream. You gather sticks, fashion a small fire, and sit cross-legged. The water's murmur soothes you, as if urging old tales to return. You unroll a scrap of vellum with a single stanza in Old Norse, the runes you memorized in childhood. You recite it softly, letting the words ripple like water over stones. The flame flickers, and shadows dance as if the spirits of skalds come to listen. You speak another line, then another, until the glen echoes with the gentle cadence of ancient verse. The words are spare, but they carry as far as any shout in the night. You feel their power, a bridge across time, a bulwark against forgetting. You close your eyes and let the last stanza fade. The embers glow, and the stars peek through rain-cloud gaps like runic letters in the sky. You slip the vellum into your cloak and lean back, cradled by the hush of nature's audience. Historians still argue whether oral tradition's decline marked a loss of cultural vitality, or whether it simply metamorphosed into new forms, chronicles, ballads, even lullabies. But you know that tonight, in this secluded glen, those words live again. You stand on the shore at dawn, the fjord's glassy surface reflecting the pastel sky, and you realize you've come full circle from the height of raiding to this muted calm. The long ships you once marshaled, prows carved with snarling dragons and shields painted in blood-red crescents, now rest quietly in harbors alongside merchant cogs and fishing skiffs. The sea still calls with its rolling lullaby, but your ears have grown accustomed to its softer song. You trudge along a boardwalk toward the old naval yard, where shipwrights now measure holds for barrels of herring instead of hatches for boarding planks. Iron bracings glint like hospital clamps, functional, heavy, devoid of artistry. The clinker-built hull that once carried warbands to distant lands remains dockside only as a museum, showpiece, its timber pump-drilled to drain water and sprayed with pitch to preserve it for curious spectators. You press your palm to its weathered side, feeling the grain's faint echo of past voyages, and wonder if that echo could ever inspire another thunderous oar synchrony. Once you measured life by tides and plunder, now you mark your years by seasons of barley and civic levies. Instead of answering the call to Hengist Saga, you file papers of maritime rights at the port's customs office. You wear your axe by your hearth, rusted and repurposed as a doorstop, while your plowshare sees daily use in fields where oats sway in steady rows. Mainstream historical fact: by the mid-11th century, the great Viking warbands had dispersed into feudal levies and merchant guilds, and by 1100 CE, Scandinavian coastal defenses had rendered large-scale raids unprofitable, transforming raiders into traders and town guards. Historians still argue whether this shift was driven primarily by European defense innovations or by an internal cultural turn towards settlement and commerce. You recall the thrill of the dawn raid, heart-hammering as your longship cut through mist, the clamor of metal as shields were raised, the roar of terrified crowds. That rush has given way to the measured exchange of goods: salted fish for fresh cheese, furs for iron nails. You stand in what used to be the Longhouse's great hall, now a courthouse, where witnesses swear oaths before ink-stained scribes rather than shouting them beneath open skies. The Thing Mound that once hosted free assemblies now hosts county tax courts under the king's sheriff. You probably won't miss the mud-splattered debates, but you do grieve for the roar of raw justice. Beyond the town's walls, the countryside bears your mark in plowed fields and stone dikes, not in the scars of burned villages. You trudge past a series of farmsteads where your descendants till the soil your war boot once trampled. Children chase rabbits with woven snares rather than sharpened spears, and elders share stories of legendary raids only in hushed codices translated by clergy. One fringe tale drifts through your mind. Rumor says that on rare nights, when the moon is blood red, ghosts of long-dead raiders still muster on wind-swept beaches, their spectral longships shimmering on the tide before melting into mist at first light. Whether this is actual phantom folklore or a romanticized invention is debated among antiquarians. You walk on toward a stone chapel where priests now preach the virtues of peace and piety. Its stained glass windows, once tiny imported panes, now depict scenes of saints taming seas and blessing merchants, as if to rewrite seafaring lore in ecclesiastical colors. You step inside, the scent of incense thick in the air, and note how pews replace benches, kneelers replace floor mats, pewter chalices replace wooden bowls. Here, instead of offering war-hewn shields, you lay down tithes of grain and mead, symbolically surrendering the old warrior's tribute to God's greater table. Outside the chapel, you find a group of laborers trampling grapes for wine, vineyards planted near the coast. A novelty you once would have scorned. Now you toast to next spring's vintage, rather than next summer's raid. The mainstream historical fact. By the 12th century, viticulture had spread into southern Scandinavian microclimates, driven by ecclesiastical demand and mercantile experimentation. Historians still argue whether monks or merchants truly pioneered these northern vineyards, but either way, wine replaces mead in many household cellars. You trudge out to the open fields, where sheep and cattle graze under low-slung clouds. In your youth, you would have sized up herds to drive to market. Now you exchange wool and butter at fairs, negotiating prices with porters in foreign tongues. You glimpse a Genoese merchant, examining your tacky cheese. Its rind too soft for his taste, but its provenance exotic enough to fetch a premium. You crack a joke about trading armor for aprons, and he laughs in halting Norse-accented Italian. A linguistic bridge you never anticipated. The wind shifts, carrying gull cries that once signaled looming plunder. Now they simply mark the dawn tide. You walk toward the water's edge, where a row of sea-battered buoys marks abandoned ship graves, keels snapped on hidden reefs, cargoes lost to storms. You pause at one buoy bearing the faded rune, Diod Re. He calling a cousin, whose ship vanished near the Hebrides. No bones were found, but stories linger that he survives as a kelp-bewitched troll, haunting passing vessels. Scholars still debate whether these legends sprang from guilt over lost lives or served as navigational warnings. You pick up a strand of kelp tangled around driftwood and trace its slippery length. You probably won't return to those wild seas again, not with a family to feed, taxes to pay, and a community to tend. Instead, you'll share salted cod with your children, teaching them in safer harbor conditions what you once taught with blood and steel. You'll share tales of the dragon-proud longships in lullaby form, and the oars dipped in silver waves carrying heroes to strange shores, rather than. And the shields rose with red dawn bearing death to the unready. You head inland, through gates where watchtowers once loomed. Now those towers serve as lighthouses, beacons guiding fishermen home. You remember the last time you spotted a distant sail, heart racing in hopes of plunder, and contrast it with today's relief at a returning merchant fleet, bringing overseas grains and textiles. You probably won't miss the uncertainty of rage-lit raids. You'll welcome the predictable cadence of trade timetables. By twilight, you arrive at your homestead, a sturdy stone house whose foundation includes timbers from your old longhouse. You run your hand over the carved dragon motif now etched into a lintel above the door, a relic of your heritage incorporated into a dwelling built for comfort. not conquest. You step inside to find your partner and children gathered around the hearth, sharing a simple stew of root vegetables and salted fish. The firelight flickers on their faces. Warm and content, you sit at the head of the table, sharing bread and jokes. You joke that the only raid you'll lead tonight is a raid on a cheese wheel. Laughter ripples through the room, soft and cozy. Outside, the wind carries the scent of sea and smoke. You close your eyes and savor the moment. No drums of war, no splintered shields, only the crackle of hearth logs and the quiet rhythm of breathing family. A long sigh escapes you, a departure from the warrior's roar, an arrival at the farmer's grace. You think of the generations behind you, of shiploads launched and swords drawn, and of the generations ahead who may know your longship only from sagas retold in classrooms and on stages. You feel the weight of legacy settle into your bones, equal parts pride and relief. And now, the age of Viking raids, once the drumbeat of your life, has ended not with a cataclysmic battle, but with soft footsteps across plowed fields, with laughter in stone halls, with grain stored in cellars rather than spears set by the hearth. You stand at the threshold of a new epoch, carrying your past as a cherished memory and your future as a promise of peace. The sky's last color slips away, a gentle sigh of lavender fading into twilight. In this calm moment, let your shoulders melt, unclenching from burdens you no longer bear. Feel the soft weight of your coat, the gentle press of the ground beneath your boots, the muted glow of lantern light that no longer needs to guide warriors in blood-stained dawns. Breathe in slowly, tasting salt on your tongue mingled with the faint sweetness of hearth smoke. Exhale all the echoes of the oar-swung longships, the clang of iron against shields, the roar of distant raids. Let them drift outward, carried on a cooling breeze that brushes your cheeks like a lullaby. Picture now the fields you've helped tend, rows of barley swaying in an evening hush, kissed by the last warmth of sunset. Recall the faces of your family gathered by the hearth, their laughter soft, their eyes bright with contentment. Imagine sharing a small bowl of stew, its steam curling upward, promising rest and nourishment. Allow your mind to drift toward the quiet harbor, ships moored in neat lines, sails furled, not for battle but for gentle trade. Hear the water's gentle lapping, a steady heartbeat that hums beneath your feet, inviting you to lean into its rhythm. No need for haste, no call to arms, only the unbroken peace of sea and sky. If any worry lingers of storms not yet weathered, of debts unpaid, of stories untold, let it dissolve with the night's deepening shade. In the soft cocoon of dusk, promises are born anew, promises of warmth, of home, of mornings unburdened by steel. Now, as you lay down your head, imagine the drift of meadow grass brushing against your cheek, the soft echo of distant church bells mingling with seabirds' call. Let your breath slow, your mind clear, your heart rest in the knowledge that the world you've shaped is steadier now. Peace has 1,000 faces, a child's whisper, a hearth's glow, a field's hush. May these images cradle you into sleep, each one a gentle hand guiding you deeper into calm. Good night, and sweet dreams.